You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
We thank Thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank Thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank Thee. Thank Thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank Thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank Thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord, we thank Thee.
How badly do you want it? How badly do you want it? In this life, sometimes all you need is a powerful enough motivator for you to achieve great things. And one of the greatest motivators is wanting that thing bad enough. One of the greatest motivators to success is wanting success bad enough. You must become positively desperate for success for you to be able to get it. There are enough reasons why wanting a thing bad enough is the key to success. When you want something strongly, you are more likely to be driven and determined to overcome obstacles and achieve your goal. Strong desire can help you to maintain focus and clarity on your goal, making it easier to prioritize your actions and stay on track. Wanting something badly enough fuels your persistence, helping you to keep going even when faced with setbacks. Strong desire can make you more resourceful, as you are more likely to seek out and use all available resources and opportunities to achieve your goal. So how badly do you want it? How badly do you want that thing? The strong desire for something can make you more resilient to failure or rejection, as you are more likely to bounce back and keep trying. Wanting something badly can lead to a higher level of commitment, making you more willing to make sacrifices or invest time and effort to achieve your goal. So how badly do you want it? How badly do you want it? Achieving something you wanted badly can bring a deep sense of satisfaction and fulfillment, making the effort and sacrifice feel worthwhile. So how badly do you want it? It was Thomas Ernest Eliot, who is considered to be one of the 20th century's greatest poets, who said, "Sometimes things become possible if you want them bad enough." Yes, that was from Thomas Ernest Eliot. What is that thing you want to happen to you and for you in this life? Do you want that thing bad enough? How badly do you want that thing? Because if you truly want it bad enough and you are ready to put in the effort, then trust me, it is only a matter of time before you see the light at the end of that tunnel. So the question remains, how badly do you want that thing? How badly do you want it? And that's by way of introduction to this morning's Zed in the Morning. Coming up, top of the hour 6 is Abdullah Isaka with the 6 a.m. news.
produced 2 sureties, both of whom are to be justified with landed properties. Mr. Ejay pleaded not guilty to all 8 fresh counts of using public office for profit and directly and indirectly influencing the public procurement process using his office. Earlier, an Accra High Court struck out a previous 17 charges against Dr. Ejay and his brother-in-law, Mr. Francis Kwekuahen, filed on May 18, 2022. The court, presided over by Justice Marie-Louise Simmons, admitted the accused persons to bail and asked the registrar to confirm with the relevant authorities the authenticity of the documents, while the sureties produced copies of their Ghana cards to the registrar. The accused person is to leave his passport with the registrar of the court. The judge also directed that the copies of the bail bond be given to prosecution for easy access. Moving on, stakeholders in the education sector are calling for a bipartisan review to critically assess the effectiveness of the free SHS policy and identify areas for improvement. The calls have been made for government to prioritize quality alongside access in shaping the future of the country's educational system. Executive Director at the Africa Education Watch, an education policy research organization, Kofi Asare, has highlighted concerns about the current state of education under the free SHS policy.
It is the mark of a good policy implementer to take note of the emerging issues, address them as the policy continues implementation with the aim of perfecting the policy. There's nothing like a perfect policy. And so the free senior school policy is following the same trajectory. It started very well. It had initial hiccups after year 1. We've seen a lot of challenges emerge thereafter. And we've seen initiatives by government to strengthen and expand equitable access and strengthen the policies, the pursuit of the policy's objectives. But there are still emerging issues, and there are still issues that require resolution if we need to achieve the broad objective of enhancing equitable access.
He stressed the need to ensure equitable financing of the policy to ensure its effectiveness.
We must work to improve the liquidity situation or the disbursement of funds to run the policy such that food supply doesn't become a challenge, and then also work and have a system where we can provide more support, to the poorest of the poor who need prospectus support, etc., to be able to honor their admissions. So we shouldn't be giving the same amount of money to every Ghanaian. The poorest of the poor must be identified and given more because they have more financial barriers compared to the average Ghanaian student.
That was Kofi Asare, and he's the Executive Director of the African Education Watch. A managing partner at Ishmael Yamson and Associates, Michael Harry Yamson, has blamed the nation's current economic challenges to the wastefulness of government. According to him, the decision by the central bank to print money for government, which was subsequently defaulted on, is to blame for the current weakness of the cedi. He made these points during an interview with Zed News' Isaac Edu.
Our inflation came from profligacy. Our inflation came from the fact that we've never seriously built up the supply side of our economy. So all that we've done is we've made our economy dependent on external supply. And so when any shock happens, we pay for it twice. The inflation we are seeing now is driven quite simply because government just spent money as if there was no tomorrow. Government just took, what was it, 70 or 77 billion from the central bank, and then on one piece of paper wrote, I won't pay. And when you borrow and you don't pay, why should I trust your currency? You are literally just printing money and dumping it in your economy. And economics 101, if you create oversupply, the value fall.
Michael Harry Yamson is Managing Director at the Ishmael Yamson and Associates firm. Access Now, an international CSO which fights against internet shutdowns during elections, has listed Ghana as one of the top 23 countries in the world to watch for potential internet shutdown during the 2024 elections. Despite Ghana government's track record of avoiding intentional shutdowns, there are concerns that due to proposed social media regulation and government actions against misinformation by the Ministry of National Security may lead to this, according to Access Now. Speaking at a workshop organized by the Media Foundation for West Africa and Access Now, campaign manager for the Keep It On campaign, Felicia Antonio, stressed the importance of securing a commitment from government to maintain internet access during the December polls in line with several international declarations.
There are a lot of frameworks that denounce the use of internet shutdowns. And I mentioned the African Commission's Commission on Human and People's Rights recently adopted a resolution that denounces internet shutdowns around elections and urging states to stop imposing them. So there's also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There's the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that you can reference. And internet shutdowns also affect a wide range of human rights that are protected by these frameworks. So you can use that as your arguments to hold the authorities accountable. But yeah, of course, we are not able to predict government's actions, but we also have at least we have the leverage to hold them accountable. So that is where we can start from, that this behavior is unacceptable. And then if we have a commitment from the NCA, from the president, from whoever is in power, we can hold them to account. You said this will not happen. Why did it happen? If we go to court, we have that evidence to say that you made this commitment, but you went against it. And then we use that as part of the evidence we want to put forward before the court to push back.
That was Felicia Antonio speaking. She is the campaign manager for the Keep It On campaign. Away from that, the executive director of the ACT Foundation Ghana, Angela Dramina Abuaje, has demanded that a report from the Interministerial Committee tasked with overseeing the case of the 15-year-old girl allegedly given to the Gbobu Wolomo of the Nungua Traditional Council be made public. She explained that for transparency, the measures being taken to safeguard the girl's rights and well-being need to be made known to the public. Her request comes after the release of the girl to her parents. She further urged the government to ensure that the girl is under the protection of the state, even if she has to be returned to their community with her parents.
The law is very clear, from the Constitution to the Children's Act to many other instruments and legal provisions we have, that a child in Ghana is anybody under age 18, okay? So she's still a child and must be afforded every protection of the state, even if she is back into the community or with her parents. It is very important. And also in the interim thereof, we know that the Commission on Human Rights has said that practices of betrothal, child marriages are rife in our country. So we have the basis, bring anybody in who wants to suddenly betroth their children or to marry them off. We have the base to do that now. Okay, so these are real concerns that we are raising.
Moving on to the economy, Fitch Solutions, an international ratings agency, has projected that the Ghanaian cedi will bounce back to an appreciating trajectory very soon. The ratings agency said factors, notably the progress that the government has made regarding the restructuring of its commercial debt, would strengthen the cedi. The rating agency expects that the progress made would boost investor confidence in Ghana's economy and policymaking processes, leading to increased foreign exchange inflows and a consequent strengthening of the cedi in the second half of 2024. Fitch Solutions also expects that the Ghanaian cedi would recoup some of its recent losses in the months ahead, ending the year at $12.25. According to the rating agency, the currency had depreciated by 11% against the US dollar so far this year, positioning it among the worst performing currencies globally. It also noted that the depreciation was coupled with worsening reserves, which occasioned low import cover. That is all time will permit for the morning bulletin here on Z101.9 FM. Before we leave, a recap of the major stories. Former PPA boards granted 4 million Ghana cedis bail. Education consultants calls for a bipartisan review of the free SHS policy to improve quality, and the cedi to bounce back to $12.25 by the end of the year. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with Zed in the Morning.
So, people, this is how the show is going to be like today in the first hour. I'll come back to tell you the rest. But today is a Tuesday. So, it's a health and wellness Tuesday. This is Zed in the Morning. I am Jerry Home.
Romans 8:28.
That's why he's God. And he has our back. Yes, good morning. And it's another morning, Mr. Daku.
Good morning.
What's happening?
This morning, as usual, the newspapers are out this morning. And we have the papers. So I start with the New Finder.
Our very own New Finder.
Yeah. Dr. Baumia outlines education policy proposal to Charles. Walk the talk on tax reforms. That is Harry Yamson telling government and the GRA.
Okay.
International buyers not paying $10,000 for cocoa. Asanvo is saying so. And then CD to bounce back to 12.25 by end of year. Fitch Solutions. So if you are holding some CDs,
okay,
you are holding some dollars that it will keep going at please. You have to think twice.
Okay, the Ghanaian Times, the front page says, Ghana's economy gains momentum towards stability. So says the finance minister. And these are the World Bank IMF spring meetings in Washington. VIP outlines education policy proposals to Chas. That is also the front page of the Ghanaian Times. And then man 50 impregnates 14-year-old JHS student, victim sacked from school. And then there is a story that is being directed to page 7, which says F Alpha and Omega Hospital opens, registers 10,000 patients with NHIS.
I have the dispatch.
Okay, what is the dispatch saying? Plenty of
IGP Dampare honored. Baumia gives further details on his private sector education development to Charles. American relocation to Kumasi is excellent. NDC NP. CRM cylinder recirculation model will improve safety in LPG distribution. That's what the NPA boss is saying. And the West is over for Ghana's economy. IMF mission chief in Ghana says so.
Okay, we've been joined by Mr. Kobe Entry. He's here with us, a policy analyst, joins us this Tuesday morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I have with me the Daily Statesman, and it says, I will elevate quality of education, declares Baumia.
Okay.
The Chronicle front page has no court-ordered demolition of my over 60 million houses. NPP Financial alleges.
Okay. And I also have here the Daily Graphic and the front page of the Daily Graphic. Former PPA CEO pleads not guilty to fresh charges, and the picture of Mr. Jenim Boateng is here. North records high free SHS enrollment, Education Minister said. CETA gives government May 31st to implement NLC awards. Another big story at the front page of the Daily Graphic, financing electricity, water extension. Consumers can claim refund, so says the PURC. And the picture is here of Dr. Ishmael Akka, the Executive Secretary of the PURC.
I have the anchor. It says, notorious miner, Okobing terrorizes residents again. Too short, Chief Liz Palace as community threatens reprisal attacks if. Asogli State protests renaming of whole technical university. And 2-year-old toddler mauled by dog undergoes plastic surgery.
In Ghana?
Yes, in Ghana. That is the anchor newspaper.
The fourth page of the Chronicle has Ghana calls for collaboration to build sustainable future for cashew industry. And then the finance minister says it is clear our economy is rebounding.
Okay. And then the front page, actually, of the Daily Guide. I'm interested in that one. There are some quite interesting stories here. The front page is a 2 nabbed over U.S. national murder. Okay. And then Interpol arrest warrant for jailed ex-Max Lock boss is also the big story at the Daily Guide front page. Baumia shares education vision with Charles. Ex-PPA boss discharged, rearranged, and then 6,000 abandoned Alan's movement. 6,000 have turned their back on the Alan movement. I think that's all the papers I have on my hands. Mr. Dak, which one do you have?
I have the Crusading Guide and the Bawumia stories here. Charles embraces Bawumia's vision for education. Demolition of 10 houses at Ajuri in Ghana. Owner sets record straight. Ghana's economy set for full recovery. That's the IMF mission chief in Ghana. These are some of the stories on the front page of the new Crusading Guide.
Interesting.
The Break newspaper has on its fourth page, it says privatization of ECG won't solve power crisis.
Okay.
So I think these are the main newspapers and the stories that have actually come up. And I think I'll start with...
Which one? Which of the stories? CD to bounce back.
CD to bounce back. And I think the Fitch Solution is predicting that the CD will definitely bounce back this year. And it's predicting that though we are seeing 13.2 from the Bank of Ghana, 13.6 and 13.9 for selling at the Forest Bureau, is saying that it's likely the city could gain some strength and return to about 12.25 to the dollar by the end of this year. And it bases this particular forecast on various factors, including the fact that Ghana is about to conclude the last stage of the debt restructuring process, which is with the Eurobond bondholders. And he believes that if that is completed, then investor confidence is likely to rebound.
Okay.
And that investors are likely to say that, look, the economy has been brought back to track and is set to grow, and therefore there will be inflows back into the country from various sources. And the fact that we are also going to be getting additional money from the IMF, already we are expecting $360 million in June when the IMF board sits. And I think that this is very important for all of us as a country to make sure that the city rebound, because you see, we are talking about the economy biting all of us. One of the reasons the economy is really biting all of us is the city. Because with the depression of the city, it sends fuel prices up, because importation of fuel prices is done in dollars. And therefore, the moment the city slides, it sends fuel prices up. And when the fuel prices go up, what it means is that
it touches everybody.
Everything
it touches everybody.
And the more you are also reliant on import as a country, when the local currency slides, what it means is that imports you are bringing to the country will also see price increments. And at the end of the day, all of us suffer because we are more dependent on imports. And therefore, if the city is able to rebound, it will be good news for every Ghanaian. As we speak, we all know, despite all the buffers the Bank of Ghana said they put in place, the reserves moving from 2.7 billion, currently at about 6.2 billion, and all those, we still see that the city is still not that stable. As at yesterday's trading, it actually still depreciated against the dollar and the euro, but made some gains against the pound sterling. And if you look at January to now, the city actually lost about 11% of its value already. So clearly, the economic pinch we are all feeling, the city is one key factor that is really, really making life difficult for all of us. So if this prediction of Fitch should materialize, it will be good news for the economy and for every Ghanaian.
And it's important that it's coming from Fitch.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's
we are not the ones saying.
Of course.
It's Fitch that is saying. And based on their credibility, the world will start looking at us.
Oh, better. Obviously. Actually, World Bank and everybody, IMF, all of them foresee a stability in the forex market the moment we are able to seal that deal with the Eurobond holders. You know, these people are the ones who actually have given out dollars in this economy for the past 10 years or so. Anytime that we see that we need money, we go to the Eurobond market to get money. And unfortunately for us, most of it was used to refinance our debt. And therefore, the moment we lost access to the capital market, then access to foreign currency became a problem. And therefore, if we are able to seal that deal with them, and then they are willing to support us again, they obviously, there will be some inflows of dollars. And the Bank of Ghana also has plans to do some auctions in the system so that at least can stabilize some prices. So I only hope and pray that we can have that stability, because currently you wake up in the morning and you are told that fuel prices are gone up, and when you check, it's going up because the world market is doing some instability, but largely because the cedi keeps depreciating, and therefore we need something to do. Right now, fuel is about almost getting to 15 cedis per liter.
The Fitch expectation, if I could call it that, is it also taken into consideration the times we find ourselves in, particularly an election year?
Oh yeah, they've taken all that into consideration. The fact is, though, election year, the issue will just be probably the government is not able to control expenditure.
Okay.
But in terms of foreign inflows, the factors that will actually result in foreign inflows is what the Fitch is looking at, and the fact that almost all economic indices seems to be stable. The one that is really giving us that imbalance currently is more of the exchange rate.
Mr. Henry.
Yes, you recall that the staff level agreement that they had last year actually scheduled this meeting, and so they knew it's going to be an election year, but they actually scheduled it for the year to have that meeting. My question is, are we going to maintain the same structure? Go to the IMF, go to our bilateral creditors, take the money, come put it in our system, and then we look for international organizations with a good reputation to at least give us a credibility so that we can go back to them. We tried the gold to, what do you call it, the gold
for
oil deal. How it went, we all don't really get the picture very clear, because I think the policy that went into it before the main policy came out to be used had challenges. But I'm saying that for now, so once the staff level agreement has come up and Finch has given us their support and our bilateral creditors has also agreed, then we are going to go a way ahead to get the money in so that at least it can balance our financial and our foreign reserves for the meantime.
I mean, I find it interesting that we're having this discussion on the strength of our local currency. But the truth is, you also know that among the factors that affect the strength of your local currency is actually your GDP. Right.
Of course.
Yes, and so the stronger your GDP, and in fact the other issues, investor confidence and all that, all this comes along with and making your currency either stronger or not. Why am I bringing this in? IMF released a list of top 10 African economies by their GDP, and Ghana even missed out on the top 10.
Of course, our economy is not that big in the scheme of things in Africa.
Ghana doesn't
have that big economy. Our total economy, as we are looking at dollar terms, about $85 billion. And therefore, really,
they actually even give us below.
Yeah, that economy is not that big. We're talking about biggest economies in Africa. You talk about Nigeria, talk about South Africa, talk about Egypt.
They give us 75.
They are giving the bigger countries.
They give us 75 billion.
And it's also all because clearly we all know that we are more import dependent rather than export led.
Which is why I actually brought this discussion in.
Most of our raw materials, we export them in the raw state. We don't add any value to some of these things. When you export in raw value, you really get little out of the whole thing. But then when you add value, that is where you are able to make more value out of it. So as long as we remain import dependent, we do little value addition to whatever that we actually have as natural resources. Obviously, the growth of the GDP is going to be something that really we will not see. Manufacturing sector is not really seeing any improvement in the country. So obviously, if you are depending on services sector, you don't expect the economy to be that big. But assuming that we are adding value 50% to all the cocoa we produce, we add 50% value to all the gold we produce, we adding 50% value to all the crude oil we produce, you can imagine the impact of this on the economy in terms of value addition and the more revenue they will bring on board if we are able to do that. Cashew, we talked about the last time. So clearly, the things that we should add value to, they are there. But our ability to say we can do it and put in the processes that will make sure that we add value to these things is the issue.
Cote d'Ivoire is number 9.
Of course.
And Tanzania is number 10.
Look at the Ivorian economy. Value addition to almost everything. Value addition. Do you know that we sit here and Cote d'Ivoire is doing better in palm oil than us? They are learning from the Malaysians and they are doing better in terms of how they process their palm oil than us. Do you know that Unilever and Kodak, they have their labs in Cote d'Ivoire?
When we had the energy issue, they all relocated.
To Cote d'Ivoire
they all relocated.
In terms of the agriculture, it seems Cote d'Ivoire seems to be paying more attention to specific sectors that they know that it leads their economy. In fact, in terms of the cocoa, they have one of the largest chocolate manufacturing plants in Ivory Coast. Now that is adding a lot of value to a lot of their cocoa. So clearly, Cote d'Ivoire is on a path of sustainable value addition to their product. So obviously, the economy will be far better than ours.
Mr. Misenchi, what is our problem?
Our problem is basic. We're supposed to concentrate where our efforts can really be. Comparative advantage. We are an agrarian country. Let's concentrate. We are doing more industrial stuff, but you realize that the base for industry is really not here. I'm talking about powers, I'm talking about skills, the money to really get the materials in. If you are going to go agric, which the Ivorians have done, palm plantation, cocoa, which was the basic thing, and going into this area doesn't cost so much like trying to go into industrial at a large scale, because you don't have the comparative advantage in terms of prices. Let somebody bring in stuff from China and say you're going to manufacture the same thing in Ghana. Compare the price on the shelf or at the supermarket. And you realize that going in industrialization is okay. But where lies your strength?
Yes, but I'm listening to Mr. Daku, and he's also saying value addition. Value addition means you're not just being an agrarian economy and pushing products out. You're adding a bit of value to it.
Of course, the point is, if Dubai has no gold in its land, yet Ghana that has gold in the land, people would plane from Ghana to Dubai to go and buy gold jewelries to come and sell in Ghana. Obviously, you don't expect the economy to go anywhere.
And you're saying that the value addition is not something that is huge.
It's not priority in this country. If it was priority, by now we should be having the gold market where people from Dubai and the Middle will come and buy. There's no way we should be the one going to Dubai to go and buy gold jewelries, because at the end of the day, they don't have the gold in their land. We have it, but if we don't have the priorities right, they realize that value addition pays. So they buy the raw gold and they add value. And then we now employ them to go and buy the gold and bring it here.
It will amaze you to
know
that as at the point AGC was really producing, we never had refinery in Ghana.
You understand it?
The raw gold goes to South Africa for them to refine and tell us the actual value of the gold that has come out from the ore.
We don't have refineries. Look at Valco. Valco is now, we are now struggling to get investors to come in for us to retool Valco so that we can have an integrated aluminium industry. This is something Kwame Nkrumah, in the era of Kwame Nkrumah, he thought of an integrated aluminium industry. That is why he invested in building the Akosombo Dam to bring in Valco, so that when we mine our bauxite, we can have refineries, then we can have Valco building the ingot that feed downstream industries. But look at us here. Valco has been there for all these years. We still have not been able to achieve the integrated aluminium industry. It's now that we have signed deals under GIADEC and we are asking those companies now to put in refineries as part of the plan of these years. So up to now, until those refineries are built and Valco retooled, we will have the dream of an integrated aluminium industry. But then at the end of the day, we cannot. If you look at the value chain in terms of alumina, and they tell you this is how much bauxite is sold. When it is refined, this is it. When it gets to here, and finally when it becomes the one they are using for the cans, for soft drinks, their value, there's a huge difference between the sale of the raw bauxite and the final product. The question, if we're doing the final product, you can see how much money we're bringing into this country. So if we are sitting in this country and we are importing so many things into this country, and I've always said it, we are all Ghanaians living in foreign things, because from the building roof, the roof you have is important. Everything is important. So how do you?
I mean, for me, you see, these discussions are a bit depressing, to say the truth.
Yeah,
they are, because you keep asking yourself, so when?
We are doing school feeding and we are importing tin fish abroad to do school feeding.
Yeah, because somebody makes good fish. Somebody makes good money out of it.
But why did we invest and say, let's produce eggs, just feed the kids with eggs? We have been told that eggs are very nutritious for everybody. Why should we be importing tin fish for school feeding? We are doing school feeding, we are using foreign produced rice. See, why can't we make a policy that school feeding
the price difference?
Ghana.
Yes,
the price difference.
I get that.
Somebody is doing commercial, huge commercial, large-scale production outside.
So it's cheaper to bring it in.
Exactly. His cost of production and selling price is, the margin are so small than what you are going to produce.
I agree.
You have issue with power. You have issue with the cost of production in terms of going to the administrative stages to put up your industry. We have issue with technical skills, and then
so, Mr. Nkwi, you're saying there is nothing wrong with importing?
No, there is. The point is all that is talking about. We should fix it before. Why are we not fixing it?
We have to import where we lack. It's comparative, like I kept repeating. Yeah. Where is our strength? If we think we are an agrarian country and our strength is in agriculture, let's focus. We make more, our GDP goes up and we make more, so that whatever we need to import are areas that we really don't have the skill and the amount of money we need to produce it here. But if you are going to do large scale across the board imports, in that case we are doomed.
But okay,
but on that point, see, it's a shame that a country like Ghana should be importing rice and other things. Because all studies have shown that we can produce rice and feed ourselves. The question is, why are we not able to produce? Because somebody is not doing the right thing in terms of the incentives for the agri sector.
Let's look at this.
Needs to be able to make sure that the rice comes in.
Let's look at this.
Okay, and our taste, I can tell you today you can go to the market and get a local rice cheaper than imported rice. But we are not buying.
What I'm saying is, let's look at this from this way. If we're going to go agrarian like Mr. Nkwi is suggesting, that also then calls for us to put in the kind of investment that will ensure that we are not doing this our rain-fed and this our minor things. We're doing huge agro
If you decide, you go in mechanization.
Exactly.
You go into agric with the orientation that we are going to do mechanized farming, not what you call the whole and cutlass farming. No. If we have so much and we have invested so much into our agriculture and we are earning more, we will be importing rice, maize, corn, or we won't do that. And so once your import bills comes down, your CD gains strength, and now you can control the economy and do a whole lot more.
Answer that question.
Why are we not investing there?
Yes, answer that.
That is what the problem is. Because if we know that agriculture is our strength, the basic investment should be done there. If we talk about irrigation, people talk. I said in Ghana, I don't need large scale irrigation. You see, our land tenure service said that you cannot have those large tracts of land, but we have so many small technologies where you can put boreholes on farms that do irrigation. The point is, we are only looking at those big investments. But there are ways we can do this. If you go to India, there are small-scale farmers that are producing so much food to feed their country. Go to other countries like Botswana and Namibia and Co. They are not talking about those huge, but then they put in basic technologies that if you have even 5-10 acres of farm, you can irrigate it and produce whatever you want.
There should be the political will. Whether we are going to do a combination of the factors.
You understand it? So we should understand that.
The economy discussion we can never end in a single show. Financing electricity and water extension, they say you can go for a refund. If you bought a pole and to your house to get electricity, you can go for a refund for the price of the pole.
This is the first time hearing this.
In fact, it's been part of even when you buy and you fix the pole and they come and they provide you with their power. If you bought more or the distances, they will tell you that every pole belongs to ECG.
Okay.
So they will take it away.
But they don't pay you.
Now that they have brought in the new policy.
They won't pay you because the ECG will tell you that they have their own budget and how they operate.
Do you get it?
In your area, it's not yet time for them to bring it there. You are the one going to build there.
If your location is far off the nearest pole that they can supply you with their power, you have to buy the necessary number of poles that will get you the power into
but
your
now
house.
they will refund your money.
Exactly. It should be their work.
In fact, I've had the opportunity to suggest to ECG that if I were them, I will not be waiting for government to do this extension to so many places. What I'll do is to be proactive to look at where infrastructure projects are going on. And then let the community understand that clearly we don't have a budget to bring our services to you now. But if you want to bring it, we'll aid you, and then you bring it, we know how much it takes. When our budget from government can refinance you. And this will encourage a lot of communities to contribute and actually extend services to their own community, because they know that a time is coming, ECG or Ghana Water will reimburse them. The reinvestment may not be cash. It may just be in the credit you supply to them in order to pay them. And I've said that if we look at these smart ways of doing things, the funding that we always say we expect from government may not come at the right time, but then these services could be extended to people at the time that they need.
But it is important to note that they said you must seek approval first before you go ahead.
Yes,
that's what the problem is.
That's what I'm saying.
You see, so when you buy it on your own, without them, and they come and fix it for you, if they are a remainder of the post, they will take it away.
That is the issue. So the point of the approval is that if I do not come to seek approval, but ECG is proactive and has team around looking at where settlements are being built, and they come and say, look, you can do this, just fill this form, and if you do the investment, we'll have receipted them, and then we keep the receipt. You have copy, we have a copy, and then as and when we have resources to be able to extend power to your place, you have done it, you have pre-financed it ahead for us. We will then repay you for it. But the issue, the EC is not coming to tell you these things. They don't even care where you are putting, because in the first place they'll tell you that there are budget constraints, so they have no plan to extend services to where you are. You also are going to build the house there because you need a place to stay, because housing has become a big problem in Accra and Kumasi and other cities. So when you find a piece of land, you are in a hurry to build. And when you build, you are supposed to get permits for all these services before you even build. But we'll finish the building before we start chasing these things. So sometimes we want to blame the utilities, but the point is that we as Ghanaians too, we don't want to follow lay down procedure. Once I have a piece of land, now my focus is to build
a new system where the providers of the meters are not part of ECG. They call them outsourced contractors.
They are contractors.
Okay. So that the issue where you have ECG workers dealing with the meters themselves and telling you that they don't have, even though they have it with them, unless you bribe them or something of the sort. Now you contract out and then you pay, and then they tell the contractor to come and fix it in your house.
Interesting.
That is part of the privatizations of ECG. Private sector participation. Now we have local, about 6 companies all manufacturing meters in Ghana, and they can meet our needs. The problem is that ECG has no money to procure the meters. So the new arrangement is that if you pay and you have receipt, they tell the company that Elvis has paid for a meter. Let this contractor go and fix it for Elvis. And then they send the receipt. So the ECG now has the money to go and pay for the meter they are ordering to be fixed for me. So that is the new arrangement. Instead of ECG going to look for a big loan and go and buy some big meter. But it's now turning out that even with that plan, the government is planning to buy 1 million electricity meters. The finance minister announced it at the spring meeting in the US that the government is working with the World Bank to get 1 million meters. Why do they want meters? They want meters because if you don't meter, you don't get your money. And they realize that a lot of people are doing illegal connection because they apply for meters and they are not getting. So now they want to make the meters available to everybody so that they can reduce illegal connection that is based on the fact that we apply and we don't have meter. So that then becomes no excuse for you to do illegal connection. And it is only when you meter that you can get your money.
Okay.
So these are some of the issues.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming through. 6:50. What is 6:50? It's sports with Niakwe, the sportscaster.
Here's Mensah. This is positive. Williams. Kudos! The Korean joy did not last for long.
Oh my gosh, Kudos, the piranha from Guyana.
All right, so top of the morning to you. A warm welcome to another explosive edition of Zed Sports, where we bring you all the highlights from around the globe in the sporting world. And yes, we have a winner in the Italian Scudetto. In the Derby della Madonnina, Inter Milan clinching their 20th league title. And on the local front, Abdul Karim Zito takes charge of the national under-19 team as GFA reshuffles for the year 2024. And yesterday also, Brecum Chelsea now leapfrog Mediama with a 2-0 win in the Ghana Premier League. Okay, so let's get started from the local front. Berekum Chelsea completed a double over Mediama with a 2-0 win to move up to 5th on the table yesterday to wrap up match day 27 of the Ghana Premier League. Two second-half goals from Hubert Jao Panahene and Mazek Efriye delivered victory for Samuel Bwedu's men at the Golden City Park. The defeat is a little harsh on Mediama, who went close to scoring on a number of occasions, with Derek Fojo missing at least 2 crucial chances. Mediama have now dropped to 8th with 7 games to the end of the season. Moving on to our next story, the GFA has appointed Yao Preku as the head coach of the national under-15 boys team with immediate effect. This forms part of implementation steps being taken by the GFA targeted at building strong youth development structures and systems to consistently feed various age category teams with quality and well-molded talent. Yao Preku has been moved up to take the substantive role following the decision to move Abdul Karim Zito to the male under-19 team. He is the new man tasked to implement the GFA strategy of developing a systematic career pathway for young players to feed the other national youth teams. And as a rejoinder to that one, Abdul Karim Zito has been appointed the head coach of the newly formed national under-19 male team in a bid to fortify Ghana's youth football infrastructure. Assistant Zito in this pivotal role is former Asante Kotoko striker Eric Bekwe, whose experience, expertise, and positive energy will certainly complement Zito's strong leadership. In addition to Coach Zito and Eric Bekwe, Eric Amponsa, renowned for his prowess in goalkeeping, will serve as the team's dedicated goalkeeper trainer, further enriching the coaching staff with his specialized knowledge. Karim Zito's illustrious coaching career is marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence and a steadfast dedication to talent development. And now we flip over to the international front. Lots of stories making the headlines. A former Premier League referee, Mike Dean, has shared his thoughts on Nottingham Forest's statement following their loss to Everton. Forest have demanded that the audio between officials from the 2-0 defeat at the Goodison Park against Everton be released publicly. Let's take a listen to Mike Dean.
Yeah, I think that's bang out of order. I mean, Stewart's is one of the most honest referees that we've got. You know, he's been in the Premier League a long time, was on first time, then got removed, and then he came back in even stronger. And, you know, he's one of the best VARs that we've got in the country and throughout the world. You know, attends many World Cup seminars. Wouldn't be surprised if he's somewhere in the Euros this year. And again, he'll probably be involved in the World Cup as a VAR because he's highly respected in FIFA and UEFA. So to question his integrity, I thought was bang out of order. Such a short spell after the final whistle, within 15 minutes. I think it just goes to show that I would think Forrest already had some kind of statements already written down, no matter what the score was going to be by the sounds of it. But to release a ridiculous statement they did within 15 minutes of the final whistle, I found astounding.
All right, so that was Mike Dean in the big one tonight. Chelsea could be without top scorer Cole Palmer when they visit the Premier League leaders Arsenal tonight. Cole Palmer is the joint top scorer in the league with 20 goals alongside Erling Haaland. However, the Blues boss Mauricio Pochettino said the 21-year-old is struggling to recover from an illness in time for the game. Pochettino spoke to the press.
Today, no. We'll see tomorrow. We need to assess tomorrow morning. But today, no. Today, I don't believe that can be involved. But we need to assess him tomorrow, and then we will decide. But even if he will be good tomorrow, maybe he's not in a condition to play. I hope he's recover from this situation and as soon as possible can be involved again with the team. With and without, always we believe that we can win. The most important is the team. The most important is the collective. Of course, he's an important part of the team. He's doing fantastic for us. But I think that is Chelsea, and of course, plenty of players that can perform and to do the job also.
That was Mauricio Pochettino speaking about the fitness of Cole Palmer. Still on that trajectory, Mikel Arteta will face the managerial rival he regards as a father figure and one of the biggest influences of his career. Arteta goes head-to-head with Chelsea manager Pochettino at the Emirates with more than 25 years of respect built up between them. Arteta met Pochettino when he first moved to Paris Saint-Germain in France as a teenager when the former Argentina international was a senior player. Let's take a listen to Mikel Arteta.
One of the most, I would say. I was 17, 18 years old in Paris. I was thrown in Paris 1st of January, I think, with no experience in professional football. And he doesn't like it, but for me it was like a father. He really took me under his arm, gave me incredible advice. He really protected me, he inspired me. And I learned so much in those 2 years with him together. And from there, obviously, we maintained the relationship. And I knew he was going to be a coach. I admire him a lot for what he's done in his career. And he's always someone that I look to because, as I said, it was really impactful for me probably in the most important stage of my professional career was the beginning. And he was one that, as a role model, I could not pick anybody better than him.
All right, so that was Mikel Arteta. Obviously, mutual respect between the two managers before the big game tonight. Now moving southwards to Italy and the Derby della Madonnina, or the Milan Derby. Inter Milan sealed their 20th Italian title by beating arch rivals and nearest challengers AC Milan 2-1 in a historic derby. Of course, Francesco Acerbi was unmarked to head in Benjamin Pavard's flick on from a corner to give Inter the lead. Marcus Thuram lashed onto a long ball and was given too much time to cut him before smashing in their second into the bottom corner at the San Siro. Inter players and coaches ran onto the pitch to celebrate at the final whistle. At the ground, both sides share, though Milan were the home side for this particular fixture. The second place Rossoneri are now 17 points behind their rivals with 5 games to spare. This means that mathematically it's impossible, and Inter Milan are champions once again. The Scudetto is theirs for the 20th time. And our final story takes us to a different discipline. Masters champion Scottie Scheffler continued his dominance by winning the storm-delayed RBC Heritage in South Carolina for his 4th win in 5 starts. The world number 1 carded a 3-under par 68 in the final round to finish on a 19-under and win by 4 shots from fellow American Sahid Theegala. Now, he becomes the first player to follow a Masters win with victory at the RBC Heritage since Germany's Bernhard Langer in 1985. Scheffler is also the first player to win 4 games in 5 starts on the PGA Tour since Tiger Woods way back in 2007-2008. And on that note, we conclude the Tuesday edition of Zed Sports. Always privileged to be the one behind the mic. Later in the day, my colleague Gattuso to the Power 7 will be here with all the updates before the big clash. Chelsea and Arsenal face off. And of course, you know that is pivotal in the title race for the English Premiership. We'll be back tomorrow with a bigger and more explosive edition. The business segment is up next. Until then, remember, my message is always relevant. Do not count the days, make the days count.
Here's Mensah, this is positive. Williams! The Korean joy did not last for long!
Oh my gosh, Kudus, Mapavana from Guyana.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
It is 7 a.m. here in Accra. Welcome to the business news segment of Zed in the Morning. Coming up, businesses are being rallied to deepen their interest in AFCFTA. City Post mixed performance, stock market steady, and China bubble tea chain plunges in Hong Kong debut. I am Saka Abdullahi. Let's begin. Senior advisor in charge of private sector engagement at the Office of the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Cynthia Nyasingbe Esonam, has rallied businesses in Ghana and the African continent to continue to exploit and explore the advantages of the trade deal. The advantages the trade deal has to offer. Speaking at the AFCFTA Private Sector Awareness Raising and Information Sharing Workshop, Ms. Nyasingbe Esonam outlined some of the opportunities that were open to businesses, urging them to take full advantage of them.
So 47 countries is already a huge market, and we have to get ready to access that market, to trade among the 47 countries. And trade has already started. You probably know or have heard about the Guided Trade Initiative that was launched October 2022 with 7 countries that piloted that initiative. Today we are working with more than 30 countries on the continent that will open up their borders, will open up their market for businesses to trade. So 47 countries is already a huge market.
It was critical for businesses to know and have access to credible information about the trade deal. The leadership of the Ghanaian Union of Traders Association, GUTA, has consistently lamented the lack of access to information about different product member countries were producing. Ms. Nyasingbe Esonam said the reason the workshop was being held was to provide the needed information about the AFCFTA.
We have to know what it is that we have to do to get ready to access the market. We have to know the rights, the tools that have been developed by the Secretariat and its partners to support the private sector in partaking in the AFCFTA market. And this is why we are really embarking in this series of webinars to really sensitize our stakeholders and especially the private sector.
That was the senior advisor on private sector engagement at the Office of the Secretary General of the AFCFTA. The Ghanaian financial markets presented a mixed performance, setting the tone for investors and analysts alike as the week kicked off yesterday. In the stock markets, there was a sense of stability as trading remained relatively steady. Investors seem to be cautiously optimistic, with no significant fluctuations in stock prices observed. However, the cedi experienced a decline in value compared to the dollar and euro, while making gains against the pound sterling. Tessa Capital brings you more insights.
Welcome to a recap of the markets, brought to you by Tessa Capital Limited. The Ghanaian stock market began the week on a stable note, with both the composite index and the financial stock index holding steady at 3,504.34 points and 2,044.52 points respectively, maintaining their levels from the previous trading session. Market capitalization saw a marginal decline of 0.02%, settling at 78,337 Ghana cedis and 47 pesos by the session's close. The new gold ETF experienced a 1.51% decrease in its share price, closing at 317 Ghana cedis. However, no stocks recorded gains during the day's trading. Market activity measured by traded volumes notably dropped, with only 558 shares valued at 11,063 cedis and 76 pesos being traded during the session. This represents a substantial 99.90% decline in volume compared to the previous Friday, indicating reduced investor participation in the market. During the day's forex market session, the Ghanaian cedi experienced continued weakening against the US dollar and the euro, while exhibiting improvement against the British pound. Against the US dollar and the euro, the cedi depreciated by 0.10% and 0.07% respectively, yet it appreciated by 0.28% against the British pound. At the close of the trading day, based on mid-rates provided by the Bank of Ghana, the Ghanaian cedi settled at 13 cedis 6 pesos to 1 US dollar, 16 cedis and 12 pesos to 1 British pound, and 13 cedis and 90 pesos to 1 euro. This brings our review to an end, and from all of us at Tessa Capital, make it a great day. Visit us online at www.tesacapital.com or call us on 050-154-6859 for more information. Tesa Capital, grow your wealth.
We're grateful to Tesa Capital for that insightful market update. On the international front, shares in Chinese bubble tea chain Sichuan Beisha Beidao, which is also known as Che Beidao, have fallen by 30% in their first day of trading on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Cha Beidao's market debut was the Asian financial hub's largest initial public offering so far this year. The poor performance underscores the difficulty the city is facing in attracting investment. Che Beidao, which means 100 varieties of tea, is China's third biggest fresh tea chain by retail sales. The Chengdu-based company raised about $330 million in the IPO, even as the offering was met with tepid interest from investors. The firm said it plans to use about half of the money to upgrade its operations and strengthen its supply chain. Rival bubble tea firms Mixway, Gourmet, and Auntie Jenny have also said that they are planning to sell shares in Hong Kong. However, Cha Beidao's weak debut highlights the challenges faced by authorities as they attempt to revive confidence in the city's stock exchange. Investors are concerned about Hong Kong's recovery from the pandemic and its national security legislation, as well as slowing economic growth in China. Last year, the amount of money raised by IPOs in Hong Kong slumped to the lowest level in 2 decades. The city's benchmark Hang Seng share index has lost over 16% of its value in the last year. Last week, China's securities regulator said it will support share offerings in Hong Kong. The watchdog also plans to relax regulations on stock trading links between the city and mainland as it tries to boost Hong Kong's position as an international financial hub. That is all we have for the business news segment this morning. Before I leave a recap of the stories, businesses are being rallied to deepen their interest in AFCFTA. City Post makes performance as stock market remains steady, and China bubble tea chain plunges in Hong Kong debut. I am Saka Abdullahi.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Featuring mesmerizing concerts by BB Brew, Yomi Soa, Kokwi Salome, Rocky Dawoni Aluni Wade, Shuffle Demons, West Coast Busian, Black Muse Entertainment Band. There is art exhibitions and insightful workshops. Jazz Festival by Societe Generale. It's from the 22nd to the 27th of April. Alliance Francaise is a place to be, and you need to get your tickets. It's 100 cities for a day, and for 2 days, it's 180 Ghana cities. 2 days, 180 Ghana cedis, 1 day, 100 Ghana cedis. You can also just walk to Alliance and buy your ticket, or you can dial the short code *800*10 1010 hash. Star 800 hash. Sorry, star 800 star 1010 hash. Star 800 star 1010 hash. That is the number to dial. This festival, the Societe Generale Ghana Jazz Festival, is brought to you by Alliance Francaise and Societe Generale Ghana and is sponsored by Wakanal Tilbia, Ibis Hotel, Homeland, Wiga, Felixco Media Display, and Canal Plus. Media partners: Z101.9 FM, the New Finder newspaper, zonline.com, Asasi Radio, YFM, Joy FM, and MX24. So yes, find yourself tonight at the Alliance Francaise Accra premises and have a great jazz time. Jazzy night. You're still looking for that dream job in the area of sales and marketing? There's a reputable company that is ready to give you that job. Why don't you call 0544? Yes, 0544 351019. 0544 351019. That's the number to call. It could be a job of a lifetime. You're a business person and you are putting in the funding to ensure that your products or your services get noticed, but you're seeing a lapse in that area. Why don't you call ZFM and the New Finder newspaper have come together and they are giving you exclusive advertising packages meant to bring your brand to the right audience. Let ZFM and the New Finder newspaper be the voice of your business. Call 0544 351019. 0544 351019.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yes, coming up is Top Story. But before that, let's put a smile on your face. R. Kelly, Happy People.
Ladies and gentlemen, this here's another one for the steppers. DJ.
have actually focused on our performance as a country. Clearly, in the sub-region, we were seen as one of the good performance in the economy until things began to shift away. So clearly, they just issued a recent report talking about the fact that if they're looking at the performance of the CD, they admit that the CD keeps depreciating, and the depreciation has factors that has led to, they actually cite the lack of confidence in the Ghanaian economy by the investors, foreign investors who normally brings in the forex. And they also talk about the fact that as at the beginning of this year, our foreign reserves had dwindled. We moved from about almost 9.7 billion of foreign reserves before the economic crisis set in, and we moved from 9.7 billion all the way down to about 2.7 billion, and it really had serious impact on the currency, especially at the time that we lost access to the international capital market, could not actually just go and borrow some euro bonds to come and stabilize the CD. So it really impacted the CD. So you realize that we've moved from about 6 cities for the CD. They are at the beginning of the financial problems to today. As at yesterday trading, the even Bank of Ghana's own forex rate was quoting the CD a little above 13, a little above to the dollar, a little above 16 to the pound sterling, and also almost 14 CDs to the euro. And clearly, this has been of much concern to all of us because it has been one major cause of rising cost of living in this country. So now that the features look at all the projections and think that, well, the reserves have come back to about 6.2 billion. Now we have been able to build the reserves to about 6.2 billion. And when depreciation was happening in the past, because the reserves were so much depleted, the central bank could not intervene by supplying dollars to the market. This time round, they believe they can do some interventions. So they are doing some auctions of dollars. The first quarter they did. This quarter too, they intend to do some auctions of more dollars to ensure that the pressure on the local currency is reduced. And Fitch also is looking at the fact that we are almost close to signing the agreement with the bilateral partners. That covers about $5.4 billion of debt we owe the bilateral partners. And we are almost close to signing that deal. And that still was announced in January, and then interim agreement by finance. That the final deal is almost ready. The finance minister says that the agreement has been shared with the group of creditors, and once they all agree to it, Ghana will pick up and sign. And then we are also almost getting close to a deal with the Eurobond.
Almost?
Oh yes, almost. But we have done an interim agreement, and the IMF says that if we go by that figure, it will not meet the debt sustainability analysis.
Yes, we spoke about that.
Yeah, so we are just going.
But that's not almost.
Oh, but if you have an interim agreement, and they say, "Oh, go and tweak it."
Oh, what kind of tweak it? Nobody's tweaking anything.
No, but it's about tweaking. The internal agreement falls below.
Let me find out. Let's start first of all. Why should I even trust Fitch? Why should our the average Ghanaian trust Fitch? Well, let's educate our listeners as to why an international credit agency like Fitch's predictions or projections should be trusted.
Well, the point is that this organization have established their credibility as very credible institutions in terms of ratings agencies, ratings, and
they have a track record. That's what you're saying.
Record, yeah. Okay. And then when global investors are looking for information as to which country they want to send their money and where they want to take decisions, it is not what the country tells them that they take. It is what these ratings agencies tell them.
Because they've displayed independence over the years.
That's the point. So you can say my economy is going to take off, everything will be fine, so come and invest. No serious investor is going to listen to you, the country, that you said this, so that's it. They will go and pick their data and information from these
international credit
agencies because they know that these things are doing independent work. They don't care which country it is, and that they will just put the ratings out there as they see it based on professional calculations and analysis. And therefore, if Fitch says something about you, obviously the investor community reacts to whatever Fitch says about you or any credit rating
the Moody's
says about
and the
the
rest.
country. So obviously it's important to
and
understand that
they have the expertise and the experience in there for us to trust what they bring out, as opposed to what your finance people would say.
Of course, because if your finance person goes, there's not going to say my economy is not doing well. If our president go out, there's not going to say that my economy is in the ditch. So no, they will definitely have to give investors some confidence. But because investors do not care where their money goes, they only care about where. They don't care about which country you are. They care about where their money will go, and they will have the money itself will be safe, and their interest will also be paid. So for investors, whether you are Ghana, whether you are US, wherever you are, their interest is that when I put money in this investment in this economy, it should be able to generate my interest for me, and my investment should also be safe. And that is what the investors care about. So that's why they will not listen to you, the country, but rather will want to get independent information from ratings agencies around the world to be able to determine that it's prudent for them to invest in your country.
Good.
And that is why Fitch rating is important. So if Fitch is saying that things are going to get better, then the investors now sees Ghana as what? A place they can invest, because Fitch says so.
Yeah.
Because if Fitch says you are doing well, that is where they pick their information to determine their investment decisions. And therefore, the inflows that we are expecting from foreign investors, the confidence that is missing, which has brought us where we are, their confidence will be restored, because the investors will build their confidence on what Fitch says. So now that Fitch is telling them that the cedi is going to be stable and the economic indices are getting better, it meant that if an investor decides now that I want to make any investment decisions in Ghana, the person can now be thinking about it. If he has suspended it for the past 2 or 3 years, with what Fitch is saying, they'll now be rethinking and say, well, now that Fitch says that things are stabilizing and the exchange rate is going to get better, is it the right time for me to put my money in Ghana? So then they can think about. That's why what Fitch says is always very important.
Okay, so I mean there are others as well. There's Standard and Poor, there's Moody's and the rest.
There's Moody's, there are all kinds of
Mr. Watson, cedi to bounce back. Does that give you hope? Does that make you happy? Like happy people?
That brings some level of hope.
Okay.
And I think that it's good always when these rating agencies put out forecasts for us to first of all understand the methodology compared with other ratings or other forecasts. Because economic forecasting is a difficult thing in itself. For instance, it can be affected by political instability, natural disasters. Something can just push it off. So although your methodology may be right, you may forecast correctly, it may not necessarily manifest as you have predicted. And so we always need to approach it with a certain level of caution. And it's important. I mean, like Mr. Darko was saying, in his defense for Fitch, because investors believe Fitch to be more credible as compared to the forecast the government will make of itself, because that appears to be more of a self-review threat. But if an independent body is making an assessment and giving a forecast of an economy, then you can trust some credibility and objectivity in what they are going to do.
It is important also to add that whenever it comes to issues of finance and money issues, anything around money, emotions, which hitherto you would have thought have nothing to do with the world of business, that we are calculated, we just go. You realize that emotions actually play a huge role in the world of finance, which for me is actually interesting.
Yeah.
That the word you use and the way the two of you have used this, it gives hope. Yeah. What has hope got to do with? But what we're saying is, hope can actually send a country from a certain level of rating or a certain level of expectation from its international development partners, from one level to the other, just because someone said something which brought hope into the system.
You are correct on that. It's some part of it is behavioral finance. So for some economists, they believe that the real economy is in the minds of the people.
Okay.
Once you're able to handle that, it drives their behavior towards doing something. One of the reasons, Mr. Elvis, when you read the story, Fitch cited for the reasons why
the cedi
will bounce back is investor confidence. Or one of the reasons why the cedi is depreciating is because investors are concerned that government will not be able to reach agreement with the commercial bondholders.
Yeah, we discussed that
and
last
so
week.
If you don't have confidence in that, you see, it frustrates you're wanting to
emotions and money
invest.
go together.
Yes. So I think that it is one thing that governments do. And so sometimes you realize when situations are even bad, governments tend to give a certain positive outlook.
Because they know.
But sometimes we read that to mean they are just
trying to hoodwink the nation into thinking things are right when
exactly
things are
the
right.
point.
Does that not clearly play into scam pedidi?
That one is correct.
Thank you.
Because that one is correct. Because once you make noise about it,
negative noise affects the strength of your currency. Let's not go there. I mean, the way Mr. Duff is looking at me.
Oh, what am I looking at? No, but no. See, you talk about emotions. The point is, individual investors take decisions based on what they think will happen. The forecast say things are going to get better. If I believe within me, that is my emotion. If I believe that what the Fitch is saying is right, then I want to come to Ghana and do business. So I am now using my emotion to determine, do I believe what Fitch has said? Though if I believe what Fitch, then I'm going. It's my decision to make.
Okay.
So that was how sometimes when you see, it's crazy when you look at how just a statement or a word or
the
something,
world of finance can be turned upside down.
Collapse.
Yeah.
Just because a chief executive says something or a president says
something.
Because you don't know upon what basis he's talking. But you believe his predictions come to pass.
And then you just act on it.
In fact, even more extreme is a presidential candidate who can be the next president of a country.
Yes.
Would say something and people start.
So now look at it. A presidential candidate says, I can drench sea to Kumasi. Then there are reactions.
So if he said something and people said, okay, if this guy comes, this might give more hope. Just a statement by a candidate.
Yes.
Yeah, in the past we
can turn the fortunes of the country upside down.
Of course.
In the past we had things like arrest the dollar, among other things. Yes. It drove the market.
The issue is, if you look at the world of finance, you are saying, just a comment by somebody can collapse a whole conglomerate.
Exactly the point.
And just a comment can lift the shares of an organization.
And
Elon Musk can make one post and Tesla shares will just be rising.
In fact, the behavior of somebody on the board can
just
actually take investors
away. And you see,
not necessarily the board chairperson.
No.
There's a board member.
An issue that does not concern even the company. The person has gone to do something outside even the company. But because that issue can have an impact on investor psyche, it could then come and affect the company altogether.
There's a reason.
You see, Fitch forecast, the reason it will bring some investor confidence is that we owe these investors, and we said now we can't pay the money, so we want a debt restructuring. And the debt restructuring means we have suspended payment of their principals and their interest to them, and we are done with the negotiations. Yeah. And it's over a year now. In fact, we are heading to the second year, December 2022, that we suspended payment of their interest. Yeah. So obviously, no investor will want to say, I want to do anything in Ghana with my money. Because if you owe other people and now you tell them you can't pay, you have suspended payment of their money to them, saying that unless you complete the negotiation with them before you pay the newly agreed rate, then why will I bring my money? And that's why I bring my money. That's why the city will suffer during that period all the way to now.
And we owe
but
them
now that you are about $13 billion for the Euro bond alone.
But
and the 5.4 billion is for the bilateral debt. You understand it? And this is what we are trying to restructure. And if you owe my fellow investor and his money is locked up with you for over a year, he can't get the principal, he can't get the interest. And you are telling him that when you finish the negotiations with him before you pay him, and I realize that it's more than a year, you are getting to the second year, you are not concluded. Definitely there will be lack of confidence. But the moment I hear the news that, that negotiation is almost coming to a close, and that soon a deal will be signed, then I realize that, okay, If a deal is going to be signed soon and then everything will be paid, then I will be thinking about it. That then means I can bring in more money.
In your paper today,
yeah,
you also spoke about what the finance boss said.
Yes.
How sure and how confident are you that when the meeting happens in June, the money would?
No, as for that one, that money will come because it's not tied to the IMF has come to clarify. The African office has come to clarify that at least for the next 360 million, it's not tied to the Eurobond one. Rather, it's tied to the bilateral one. And since the bilateral one we are almost going to sign before end of May, by June that the board sits, obviously we should be able to get that 360 million. So since it's not tied to the Eurobond negotiation, then obviously it means that money will come. But aside that money, obviously during the year, the cocoa loans will come, the foreign inflows from remittances will be coming. So obviously with this confidence that, look, we are going to be reaching a deal where we pay all we owe our creditors, then anybody wants
Let's
to
see how it goes.
more money here.
Before you are not leaving, Daniel Nim is a financial analyst and he's an economist. He's joined us to discuss the CD and the economy. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you so much for joining Zed in the Morning.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. CD to bounce back. So says Fitch Solutions. Any reason for us to start popping the champagne?
Please come again.
I'm asking if there is a cause for optimism regarding the assertion that the city is sure to bounce back by close of year.
Oh, okay. Yes, I think that is what we are hoping for. In the management of an economy or within any economic indicator, optimism is very key, of course. But optimism ought to be driven by policies that are potent or capable of actually delivering or ensuring that the macroeconomic environment are stable, and then for that matter, we could propel growth. Yes, we're hoping that the trend of the economy, the way the recovery is going, even though it is not recovering at a faster rate, but there has been some minor improvement in the macroeconomic environment, and we are hopeful and we are trusting that going forward we should be. But you see, the economics of the city or the currency is so much dependent on demand and supply. Your ability to be able to bring in more inflows into the economy. And one of the ways to do that is by when you add value to what you have by way of exportation and equally minimize what you import. Okay. But because our economy is largely import driven, what it means is that we rely so much on imports. So there's so much demand for the dollar, and with the little that we have, with the little that we have, it becomes very difficult at all times to be able to meet the need. Okay, so to be able to address that, we need to have a real look of our economic models, and that has been the challenge. Okay, as it stands now, government is solely relying on and being highly optimistic about the IMF inflow. But the point is that it cannot do so much in terms of ensuring that we have a stable currency. Largely, it is dependent on our own management of the economy, and that is what is critical. So as much as I'm very optimistic and I'm hoping as a citizen, it is very important that optimism should be anchored by economic policies that are very capable or with the propensity of ensuring that we improve upon our macroeconomic fundamentals, and then we are able to propel rate growth that is able to support economic activity. So luckily, this is what ought to be done. And over the years, we've not been able to do very well in terms of ensuring that we add value and minimize on certain items that we have the competitive edge of producing. One classical example is about this Commander Sugar Factory that up to now we don't know the actual state of whatever is going. So there's so much product that we import into this country that, in my view, we have competitive advantage to produce it locally. And when we are able to do that, then you are in a better position to minimize the pressure on the local currency. So that is about the economics of the currency.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anim. But this scenario looks more like a one step forward, one step back kind of a thing. It's like it's become cyclical. Isn't that worrying? Besides the optimism, isn't this optimism just for the short term? But long term, we still have cause to be worried as a nation.
I perfectly agree with you. It is a short-term oriented approach, and that's the reason which, just like you rightly described it, our economy goes up a little bit, it comes down, goes deep, and then we are able to bring it. The best we could do is to come to a level of stability, okay? And so going into the long-term perspective, we need policies that should be long-term oriented, okay? But because the challenge is about the political economy, and most of our political leaders are only interested in coming up with policies in quote populist kind of approach that will enable them with political power. Nobody is looking into projecting to the long-term perspective. So we are not doing the things that in the long term will be able to have a very robust, a sound economy with the complexity of creating opportunities for the citizens, and we're not having the kind of challenges we're having. So I perfectly agree with you. So collectively, we should be thinking into the long-term perspective and coming up with policies that will ensure that by the time we get there, our economy becomes very sound and prosperous. But as it sounds now, it is a short-term measure, something to appease the citizens to win political power. And it cuts across. To study our economic history, right after Kwame Nkrumah and thereafter, there has never been any deliberate attempt to grow this economy into the long-term perspective. And that's the reason which we keep on having the problem we've been encountering as a nation.
So thank you so much, Mr. Anim. There is this thing that we've even spoken about this morning on the show. Is it that we should look at our competitive advantage as a country and say, listen, we are agrarian, let's put all our energies there, or we should go a step further and say, let's go industrial? What should be the approach as a nation? Because this is worrying, where we are happy for just a season and then we come back to face the realities.
Thank you very much. My position is that even because, yes, of course, we have a competitive urge in the agri sector if you want to go that stretch. But there again, the model we've been running over the years is about production of raw materials and then exports to other economies. We could add value to it. So in the value addition, then comes the manufacturing. So there's a strong link between the manufacturing sector and the agri sector. Okay, so my view is that any economic model should be able to marry the two. Of course, I agree with you. One will have a competitive a little bit higher than the other one, which of course is the starting point, and where of course we are very much, So an economic model should be able to marry the two. And when we are going for industrialization, we shouldn't forget power is very key, and that's the reason why the economics of power should be managed very well. Okay, in terms of competitiveness of our financial sector, where businessmen can have a competitive lending rate to be able to borrow so much and invest into manufacturing. Okay, so it should be a very multi-purpose approach in terms of marrying the agri sector as well as manufacturing. So to me, the two goes together. And if we are able to do that, we should. Let me give you an empirical example. We produced so much cocoa over the years. I mean, since we started growing, we've read from primary school basic, and then we've grown and we have now seen it. Yet we do not have any major cocoa-related manufacturing industry that we could. Even the CPC cocoa processing company, they do not have the beans in quantity required for them to be able to operate at the optimal level. So these are some of the things that we have got. Do we have any huge refinery? Okay, so we should be able to have a model, economic model that will link to the kind of things that we have naturally. So to me, one-sided approach will not be very useful for us as a nation where we have got it to, but marrying the two should be the appropriate approach in terms of we designing a very robust economic model that will create opportunity for the citizens.
Mr. Anim, since you brought up the issue of power, yesterday we also had a wonderful discussion on whether private sector PPP or what some have called sustainable public ownership should be the way to go for our energy system vis-a-vis the ECG specifically?
Yes, to me, when it comes to power, number one is about reliability of power, number one, and then number two, competitiveness. Okay, that is the rate that people will be able to afford, and so the two goes together. Now, to address your question, it appears that anytime government is solely involved in the management of a particular sector, there are challenges, and this is not only peculiar to Ghana. If you study the whole continent, that has been the challenge. And I would not opt for a pure private sector approach, but just like you put the PPP kind of approach should be better because of accountability in the private sector's investment in it will ensure that government will do A, B, C, D. And I think we should be looking at that particular approach as the way it goes, because it appears government doesn't have the capacity, the financial capacity to be able to effectively manage the power sector. It's largely becoming more of a politics rather than the pure economics and the management of the power sector that is meant to support and drive growth and productivity within the economy. So to answer you, I'll skew towards those who may be probably calling for the PPP approach.
Okay. This, I promise, will be the last. Because I have you on the line, I want to ask as many of the questions as possible.
Yes, when producer calls, I think I'm very hot.
I was told.
Because of relationship, I will give him some few times.
I was told. This is my last, I promise.
Okay,
PURC finds ECG board. What's your take on that? ECG board saying you have no right to do that. What is your take on this very interesting discussion?
Please, can I take it? Every people sue.
Yeah, PURC finds the ECG board.
Oh, okay,
yes.
Okay. I'm not a lawyer, so in terms of the legality, I may find a little bit difficulty. But I know PURC may have that oversight responsibility over the ECG, etc. But I think it should be the institution, unless there's overwhelming evidence that the ECG manager was committed any negligence. Okay, so if their investigation reveals or points to that it has a negligence of management of ECG or the boss, then of course probably they can sanction him as an individual. But I'm of the view that the sanction should go to the institution rather than the individual. But because I may not have the full import of the story, and as well as my limited legal knowledge, I will not be able to pronounce it. But my humble view is that the PRC it has oversight responsibility, and at any point of my view and what the little I know about the powers that they have, they can sanction any of these institutions under their purview. But whether or not it should be directed to the managing director is what I'm able to authoritatively state. But my view is that it should rather be directed to the institution rather than the man, unless negligence has been proved to suggest that this as a result of his negligence and that of his management. And of course, he can be held liable for that particular purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Inim is a financial analyst and is an economist. Thank you for joining us and enjoy the rest of your day.
Most good.
Yeah, so you heard him.
Yeah, I think the city stability that Fitch is talking about is just talking about the fact that we have witnessed depreciation the currency, and that this that we are going to do is going to bring in some relief to the city. It's not something that to say that the city is going to be stable in the long term. They are looking at,
of course. I mean, we know that.
Yeah, in the short term. Yeah. The point is, the city. I think the last time one of the media put up analysis of the city for the past 30 years. The city lost about 97% of its value in about 30 years. So clearly, we have a currency that obviously is not backed by any proper base of economic activity. For that reason, we are doing so much imports, and for which reason, obviously, a currency that is dependent on import will never be able to be stable. So it's about, the question is, if with all this IMF and everything, if we are not able to move to the next level of prioritizing manufacturing, industrialization, things that will add value, that will give the economy that strength, then obviously we are going nowhere. If a country, our food import bill is about $3 billion. Now, obviously, a country like Ghana in the tropics where we can produce food, yet we spend over $3 billion to import food annually, then obviously you don't expect that currency to be able to stand any little shock. So,
Mr. Martin, why were you smiling when he said the 90% thing?
97. If the value of your currency is 100%, and 97% of its value has been lost
in just
over
30 years.
Do you know what that means?
Tell us.
You are left with 3%.
Yes.
So that's why I smiled. I'm like, wow.
And the impact on the quality of life.
It's massive. Power. And mathematically, we fast track that into the future and we lose maybe more than that, then it's more or less saying that we don't have a currency.
That's sad.
Yes. And so I think that what he's saying is very true, and we must pay attention to that.
And he linked two very important things, which is why in the third hour of the show, we should tackle the issue of power. Because if you're going to add value, you would need power.
Energy. In fact, if you look at the globe, if you look at the globe, I don't know where I'll find it, but I'll find it. Next discussion will bring it on board. Africa's underdevelopment is also largely linked to power.
The country that has more sunlight than the continent that has more sunlight.
It's also linked more to. You see, when you look around the world, from China to Germany to the US and everywhere, the key power source that is powering them is nuclear energy. But Africa, it's only South Africa that has some nuclear energy.
And they are
even in serious doomsday for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
So when you look at the continent of Africa, in terms of power needs, we are like we are actually not ready for any form of development if we look at energy. If we look at energy, any continent, any country that has made progress, if you check, the contribution of nuclear to their power generation is huge. But the whole African continent, we are all struggling. That's why we need to pay serious attention, because power generated by this power plant, obviously, it's more expensive than power that is generated from the nuclear plant. And therefore, we also have to be paying attention to how does Africa get this power issue. Right now, the last time I was checking information, one portal was giving me the idea that there are about 30 African countries as we speak that are all facing power challenges, shortage of power in terms of supply. Let me just put it like 30 African countries are having challenges with what? Doomso. Like they don't have enough power to power their countries. So you ask yourself, if we are having 30 African countries all struggling to generate enough power, how then can industrialization and prosperity take place? Because then if we don't add value to the things that we are talking about, then obviously how do we expect to be prosperous? If you want to have an aluminium a smelter, the power that you need to power the smelter is not a joke. If we are talking about vehicle, if you know the power consumption of vehicle, you understand that to have industrialization that adds actually value to our mineral resources like bauxite, the gold, and the rest we are talking about, they will really need huge contribution in terms of power. And the power, not only power, but we should have power that is at affordable cost. Because if the power is there but it's expensive, it adds the cost of production, and therefore you become uncompetitive irrespective of whatever you add value to. So we should be considering the cheapest source of energy that will make sure that our production is not that expensive. But as we speak now, we are now thinking about and planning. And as I said, we have selected a site somewhere that we want to site our nuclear plant. And it will take like 4 years to build 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant. And the question is, if we have prioritized this like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, by now would have had a nuclear power plant giving us at least an affordable power. So
but it's never too late. It's never too late.
It's never too late. But the question is, how speedy are we doing it? Right now, we should say that we should be talking about Ghana actually contributing, building maybe 3 or 4 nuclear power plants that should be given maybe 10,000 megawatts. If we have this, then we'll be able to say we are thinking about having that cheap power that will guarantee the industrialization.
And
anyway,
I think that at
yes,
the heart
Mr.
of
Barton, you
all
have the
this,
last word.
Yeah, we should also think about making it sustainable.
Yeah,
so I
those
agree
that have
with
done
you.
nuclear.
If it is cheap and there is sustainability, we don't run out of power.
Sustainability can come in two ways.
Yes, environmentally friendly.
Thank you.
And then we should have constant supply of power.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson, for coming through, and Mr. Elvis Darko as well. That's been Top Story. Coming up at 7:55. What is it? It's Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. Yesterday. So today we're going into the next lesson. Let's do a quick reminder. Yesterday we said the standard or one of the commonest forms of bringing value to the market is by creating a product, and we said a product is a tangible item that you can bring onto the market that carries value. Today we're going to the next lesson, and it's a service. So the second form of value you can bring to the market is by a service, and a service involves helping or assisting someone in exchange for a fee. That is as basic as we can say. That's the basics of service. A service involves helping or assisting someone in exchange for a fee. And to create value via services, you must be able to provide some type of benefit to the user. You must be able to provide benefit. To create a successful service, these are the things you need to do. One, have the skill or ability to put that service together, or have employees who are capable of that skill or ability other people require but can't, won't, or don't want to use themselves. Let me just unscramble that. I said to create service, there must be a skill or an ability that other people can't, won't, or don't want to use themselves. That is when you can charge them for it. Because if you have the skill and they also have the skill and they are willing to use the skill, then you can't charge them for it. Assuming you are a barber, you come into a community and everybody there says we can barber our own hair. You have the skill, they also have the skill. They are willing to use their skill on themselves, then you make money out of it. The second thing you need to do when it comes to a service is to ensure that the service is provided with consistently high quality. The quality shouldn't fluctuate or vacillate. One day it is up there, another day is down here. No, to enter the service market, consistency is high, and then you should be able to attract and retain paying customers. Attract and retain, not just attract, but you must be retaining as well. That is why doctors and all that are good in the area of service. They've gone to learn it, and then they're bringing you the service. Services can be lucrative, particularly if the skills required to provide them are rare and difficult to develop, right? If it is difficult to develop, then you are in a good place. For instance, not everybody can fly a plane, so pilots are providing services which are unique, right? So services, they depend on the service providers' time and energy, which is another of the negatives of service, right? Service, one of the negatives of service is the fact that the person must be there to provide the service, and that brings a challenge. So yes, there you have it. Yesterday we spoke about products. Today we're doing service. Tomorrow we'll continue with another way by which you can provide value for the market. So yesterday we did product. Today we've done service. Tomorrow we'll give you another way by which you can provide value for the service. This has been Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. home and light and all that. We want to talk to Dr. Steve Mantia, who is a policy analyst and an energy expert, on this challenge of the power situation in our beautiful country. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So ECG's predicament, where we're blaming them and they say, listen, you're blaming us wrongly. What's your appreciation of the predicament ECG finds itself in?
Well, it's all like we have been in this place before. Way back in 2012, the World Bank authored a report which cautioned Ghana against a potential doomsday arising out of inadequate financial resources to procure fuel and, again, at affordable enterprises. And soon after that report was authored in 2013, we were plunged into an unprecedented doomsday in this country. On this occasion, in spite of the dancing around the fact that we are in doomsday, the Parliamentary Committee on Mines and Energy had to hold all the players before the committee. It is now established that what we are going through is again as a result of lack of financial resources to procure adequate fuel for power generation. And this is what has led to the current curtailment of power. There's a generational shortfall which is leading to this load shedding. So we are once again in doomsday. For me, what is worrying is the fact that we don't seem to have learned our lesson. Because having gone through a very debilitating phase of doomsday in 2013 all the way to about 2015, one would have thought that we would have learned some lessons and taken steps to prevent such occurrence, especially because this country had to go through very difficult economic circumstances and to seek IMF bailout. So in all the discussions, I would have singled out the power sector for prioritization in terms of whatever financial resources that accrues to the state in our efforts to get out of this economic mess.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to find out. The government has announced an audit of the entire energy sector and also a review of the tariff setting structure of the PURC, as well as a review of the infamous cash waterfall mechanism. In each of these instances, what is your take on them, and what would you have prescribed if you had an alternative viewpoint?
Well, the decision to audit the cash waterfall mechanism and the entire operations of ECG is a welcome one. But I think that a lot of the time the way the information is presented doesn't give a very good understanding of what is happening. ECG used to operate manually. And so you go to procure a meter, you pay cash, and then you are issued with the receipt. What some of the workers were doing was that they were issuing their own private receipts. So monies that were collected that should ordinarily go to ECG were finding their way into private pockets. The current management of ECG decided to migrate from the manual operations to digital. So now they are running a cashless operations, and this is actually leading to a lot of improvement. Now, the banking setup, the point is always made that ECG operates so many accounts. Yes, that was the nature of the operations when they were doing manual type of things, because every district or region had its own bank account. So, for instance, you are in Seychelles and you are receiving services from ECG, then the Seychelles also will have a bank account over there. And so that is what led to the so many, over around 80 bank accounts that the ECG is supposed to have. But now that they've migrated to digital, they are actually already taking steps to harmonize all these accounts into a single account. So yes, the order to ECG to merge all the accounts is in order. But I think having some understanding of how that situation emerged is very important for public appreciation. Otherwise, you see, all that is happening is fitting into a certain perception of trying to give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. And that is the agenda. Very soon, government will announce its decision to privatize ECG. So why should every decision to privatize ECG be preceded by doing so? Is it the case that we deliberately make things difficult? Because now we know that we are not able to generate enough power, to share and to get the light on 24/7. Okay, and this is because we are not providing financial resources for the purchase of fuel. Is it a deliberate thing to make it look so bad in terms of ECG's image and therefore proceed with privatization? These are questions that we need to ask. I think that a lot of the times the way information is put out there actually is managed and in a very deliberate manner to give ECG a bad name.
Dr. Mantio, are you in any way suggesting that this could be this doomsday we are going through could be part of a grand plan to send ECG into privatization?
I'm only raising logical questions. Okay? I'm saying that we do not have enough resources to procure adequate fuel. But it could also be that we as a country have not prioritized our expenditures. If energy is the bedrock of the economy, then it becomes one of the topmost priorities for government in terms of making finances available for the procurement of fuel. But we are not doing this. And since we are not doing this, nobody is blaming the government who has that responsibility to procure the fuel. So now we are blaming ECG, and I'm asking, why is it that anytime government takes a decision to offload or to bring in private sector into ECG's operations, they put ECG in this jeopardy so that at least they can make a good case for the privatization?
Granted, sir, but is there also not a reason to blame ECG based on probably its own operational deficiencies?
Well, you see, we are having this discussion without recourse to recent developments within the company. Look, if you look at the revenue generation of ECG, it has improved substantially. We are all aware that they had to set up a revenue assurance task force. And as a result of which, they went to institutions that were owing and disconnected or make sure that at least they paid substantial portion of what is owed. Now, as a result of that, they generated substantial revenue. I don't have the figure, but I know for a fact that the revenue situation improved. Now, again, they've actually gone cashless. They've gone cashless. And as a result of the cashless arrangement, revenues have improved. Now, once you go cashless, what do you have? What happens? Your cashiers who were at the till receiving money become redundant. So ECG will have to shed staff. But let ECG announce now that they are shedding about 2,000 staff. Government would actually prevent and will actually cry out loud. So we do not allow ECG to take the hard decisions it needs to take in order to be efficient. Recently in Kumasi, and I'm talking about just about last week, okay, the regional general manager of ECG was arrested for what offense? For authorizing the disconnection of Kumasi Technical University because they owed for ECG. Now, if we do not allow ECG to collect the money, how else do we expect ECG to find the money to improve efficiency in their operations? So we put stumbling blocks, look, in their way and then turn around to blame them. I cite another example. Government does not want ECG to disconnect hospitals. Government has pledged to pay for the bills of hospitals, prisons, police stations, and stuff like that. But these monies are not paid on time. Sometimes they run into a year and over. Now, ECG needs money urgently. Once you delay payments, they lose the time value of money. How then do we expect ECG to be efficient? So there are questions to be answered. And we always say the assumption that the foreign manager is efficient and that the local Ghanaian manager is inefficient. When we know that if it were a private sector company, we will not be delaying the payment.
Dr. Antia, it's these interferences, or if we could call them that, in the operations of ECG, is that not the calling for the private entrance into ECG? Is that not what is leading to that? Or it's also a bit of a deliberate part of the grand plan?
Well, I was in a discussion I think it was a media discussion with the former Deputy Minister for Energy, Honorable Ijapa Mesa. I think it was on the Joy FM show. And I challenged him to give me just one example of a successful privatization in Ghana, the kind that we've done with ECG and other state-owned enterprises. He couldn't give me one example of a successful privatization that hands over state assets to a private entity. Look, we even brought in Akwa Bitens Rand into the water sector to try to salvage the similar situation that we have in the electricity sector today, revenue losses and all that. The challenge under that management contract was for Akwa Bitens Rand to reduce non-revenue water, that is the inefficiency in revenue collection, to reduce the losses by just 5%. After 5 years, the losses rather increased. Services declined, and those were the years we saw the Kufuor gallons. In the end, when the 5-year elapsed, we decided to cut our losses by not renewing the contract, and they had to pack bag and baggage and leave. Again, Ghana Airways, we need to have a national airline. Those of you are too young to know. A national airline called the Ghana Airways. It also suffered the same inefficiency challenge. And so we brought a management contract arrangement from the UK by a company called Speedwing, led by one Rexat. At the time the initial phase of the contract came to an end, the company had left us with more debt than they actually inherited, which then heralded the fast demise of Ghana Airways. So the point I'm making is that we tried several privatizations in this country which involve strategic investors, and none of them have worked. But there is a type that has worked, which is where we hand over the operations or the ownership of a state-owned enterprise to Ghanaians. We did that with GCB, Ghana Commercial Bank then. And today, Ghana GCB is a market leader. We did that with GOIL. And today, GOIL is a market leader, where we offloaded 70% of government stakes in these entities to Ghanaians through the stock exchange. That actually led to increased revenue generation. I mean, you generate the money you need for investment. And again, you are able to improve accountability because annually there will be AGM, the annual general meetings, where if the owners of the company are not happy with the performance of management, they will change management. And that again reduces governmental interference in the affairs of the company. Before we did this, government could direct GCB to whom loans should be given. Okay, I don't want to mention names, but there were big scandals involving governmental direction for loans to be given to specific people in this country who defaulted. And so when we went through the route of listing on the stock exchange, all these inefficiencies were addressed. So I can cite these examples, but I challenge any Ghanaian, be them in government or outside government, to give me one example of privatization involving a strategic investor that has worked in Ghana. And so if we know and we have the template of what worked, then should we even contemplate privatization, we know what to do and where to go.
As a keen industry observer and as an expert in the area of power, let me find out what are you sensing that the future of ECG is going to be based on what you know and what you are you're seeing. What are you sensing? Where is ECG going, Dr. Mantia?
As I said, in the coming days, we shouldn't be surprised to hear an announcement of government's decision to privatize ECG.
Full privatization.
Meanwhile,
full privatization?
Well, it's the privatization of what we call the last mile. That has to do with revenue collection. But the caution I serve is that if you bring in a company to perform that last mile function, which is a service that company will not be producing tangible goods that can be traded for money and that can be exported for forex.
Okay.
They are providing a service, so they come in empty-handed. But in the performance of their service, they will earn money, and the money will be in cedis. And since in their country they do not spend cedis, they will convert these cedis they've earned in the Ghanaian economy into dollars and pounds, whatever currency they prefer. And they will take this out of the economy back to their country. These will be the dollars you earn by exporting gold, the dollars you earn by exporting oil, the dollars you earn by exporting cocoa. And when that happens, your cedi shall never gain grounds. You always saddle with a weak cedi. Look, when we talk about privatization, I think we need to be looking at privatization where the entity coming in or the investor coming in will produce, export, sell, and bring in foreign currency to help stabilize our cedi, but not the services where they come with empty hands, okay? And you and I pay our what do you call it, tariffs in cedi. So they take the cedis, they are efficient, they generate revenue in cedis, and they have to repatriate their profit, but they don't repatriate in cedis, they repatriate in dollars, and always create problems for the larger economy. And this is why I would suggest that if even we should go the route of privatization, it must be a transparent process. We need to make sure that the political businessmen, okay, do not get in. The opportunities, the cronies of people in government do not get in there and shortchange this country.
Political businessmen, that is a term I'm hearing for the first time. Please, if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, we have some businessmen who only invest in politics. It's either they are financing the campaign of a parliamentarian or they are financing the campaign of a whole party. And when these parties come into power, then they get juicy contracts. A lot of them over-bloated costs of those projects, with the government losing so much money that otherwise would have gone into social investment for the improvement of the quality of life of the people.
The fact that power is so tied to our development as a nation, that without the right power, even any attempt at industrialization might suffer. Is that not so worrying that we should have a broader national conversation on power, whether ECG or not, before any decision is taken by a government?
That would be helpful. And I think that, yes, we need that consultative process to look at our current, I think in 2021, the government actually developed a national energy sector policy. Unfortunately, there were no broad consultations in developing that policy document. But what I find so discomforting in the policy document is the low level of prioritization of the renewable sector. Look, whether we like it or not, we are in an energy transition phase. And if for some reason, Ghana seems to have all the resources required to make the transition. We have 24/7 sunlight. We have silica sand, which is the raw material you need for the production of solar panels. Recently, we've made commercial discovery of lithium. We're on our way to announcing massive discovery of graphite, both of which you need for the manufacturing of solar batteries and all that. And yet, we are not prioritizing the expenditure of our petroleum revenues. Well, we are not able to collect enough tax revenue. But at least we have a resource. So it would have made sense for me to begin the reprioritization of the expenditure of petroleum revenues in favor of renewables. If you look at the 13 areas identified in the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, where we can spend petroleum revenues, renewable energy technology is one of them. We've operated the law for 14 years, and yet never have we prioritized renewable energy technology for expanding petroleum revenue. We also have the Aboso glass factory, which can be rehabilitated and used to produce solar panels. Unfortunately, it is Georg Distillery that has been in discussion with government to undertake the rehabilitation of the Aboso glass factory using our silica sand to produce bottles for alcoholic beverages. When we have a national oil company that could also get in there, invest in that project, and get the factory, when rehabilitated, to also produce solar panels, so that GMPC is able to diversify its investment portfolio to become an energy company rather than just a petroleum company. Because very soon, whether we like it or not, our petroleum industry will be history. As I speak, if you look at the production profile for the last 3 years, our total production of oil has been on the decline. And we've not been able to attract any new major investments into the sector in the last 8 years. And which actually means that we are on a downward slope to becoming a former oil producer. You need GMPC to be forward-looking in terms of diversification of its investments to be able to stay relevant in the power sector.
Some have asked us to also look nuclear. What are your thoughts on that, Dr. Mentia?
I didn't hear that.
Some have asked that we go nuclear as well because it's cheaper, and they've given examples that in all the major developed countries, nuclear powers them and their industries. What are your thoughts on the nuclear question?
Are you referring to Ethiopia?
The list even added South Africa as well.
Okay. Ethiopia is being forward-looking. It has currently banned the importation of fossil fuel-driven vehicles, the combustion engine vehicles. So the only car you can import into Ethiopia today is electric vehicles. It is also harnessing the vast potential of its hydro, constructing one of the world's biggest hydro dams to generate electricity at a cheap cost. Let me explain so that we understand this clearly. When you invest in hydro, okay, you do not need fuel to power generation. In the same way, when you invest in solar, you do not need fuel. But all thermal power generation require fuel. And as a poor country, you do not have money to be buying the fuel on a more sustainable basis. So where do you think you should be prioritizing your investment? Renewables or thermal? This is commonsensical. And therefore, I really applaud the government of Ethiopia for the steps it's taken to direct investments into renewable rather than thermal generation. Ghana can do the same, but we cannot do it at the scale that Ethiopia has done their hydro, because our hydro potential is almost exhausted. But what we can do is a small town hydro system. We could do them as upgrade systems, where a small river flowing through a village or a town can be dammed for power generation for the use of that village, so that we reduce the burden on the national grid. In the same way, we can do the same with solar, wind, and other renewable investments, so that we take off the burden from the grid. Of course, I know ECG is a bit concerned about this type of recommendation, because that will be taking away of potential and existing ECG customers.
Yeah.
When they become self-sufficient at the district or local level using renewable energy technology. But these are matters we can all discuss if we were to have a broad national dialogue on the future of energy for the Ghanaian economy. Look, if we do not operate strategically, Ghana is likely to lose out on all the opportunities that the Africa Continental Free Trade affords. Okay, we lobby strongly for the headquarters, but of what essence was the lobby if we cannot take the advantage that the AFTA presents all African countries, including Ghana, by going for the type of energy that is cost-effective and very efficient to be able to support domestic production.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steve Mantiao, for talking to us. It's been quite insightful, and we wish you the very best of the day, sir.
Thank you. It's my pleasure for talking to you this morning.
Yes, so that was Dr. Steve Mantiao. He's an energy expert, a policy analyst as well. And it's been a good discussion so far. We're still coming back with more talk on the power situation in this country. just like that. Something must be done about it. We must talk about it. We must talk to those who know about this. And it's important that we do. We have on the line Nana Amwesi the Seventh. He's the Executive Director of the Institute of Energy Security. Good morning, Nana.
Good morning, Mr. Jerry. Good morning to your viewers and listeners.
Thank you so much, sir. So it's been alleged, if I can use that word advisedly, that ECG is being prepared for privatization. From where you sit as an energy expert and as a keen observer of the space, are those your thoughts or your feelings as well?
I don't have that indication, but then it is not surprising to hear that ECG may be put under privatization. I'm not surprised.
If I may also find out, sir, this call for privatization, which the eminent Otufo himself called for it, we've also seen a write-up by one of those players within the independent power generators who said that is also not the way to go. From the IES, the Institute of Energy Security, what are your thoughts on privatization of ECG?
Well, if you want to put this under discussion, then probably we have to lay a background to all these issues. That becomes probably the footing for which somebody will either call for privatization or be against it. Today, as we know it from IES, that's the distributor, the major distributor, the ECG. And not Jerry, we also have the NetCo, but then they control just about less than 15% of the power generated. We know that the ECG is struggling to maintain its assets. Within the ECG system, we have more than 15% of losses influenced by technical reasons. That means that we need to invest in the grid to bring down those losses. Then, as we know, is that they are struggling to raise the needed revenue at the end of the day or at the end of the value chain to be able to pay off the other service providers their contribution. This we know. And many other challenges. They are struggling also to maintain the reliable supply of power to consumers. What is currently playing in Ghana's power sector with respect to the outages is hinged on 1.5 million deaths in the sector, for which reason it's impacting negatively on adequate supply of fuel for power plants to be dispatched, then also for some power plants to come back on stream as they go through corrective maintenance. We also know that every month the ECG is unable to pay all the utilities in the value chain their full contribution. And so at least 30% of debt is accumulated every passing month. It means the debt will keep on rising. And if we know our own economic condition we found ourselves, you ask whether government is in a position to bear all this debt now or going forward. The inefficiency and the financial challenge in the sector, it's what is leading to the call for privatization. We have never been against this call, and so if the eminent chief is re-echoing the call, then we stand with him and we believe that it's a way to go. But Jerry, what type of privatization are we looking for? Are we looking for full privatization? Are we looking for partial privatization? Do we want to take the path of public-private partnership or an asset sale and lease arrangement? Each of these have their pros and cons. We can discuss it. Then we choose the one that's more fitting for us. At least I can touch on one that we attempted, yet we frustrated our own initiative. That is the PDS ECG concession arrangement. That was under the public-private partnership. Under that one, a private sector person can come in with capital, take an asset, or government gives the asset to the private sector to run for some years, maintain the assets, run it effectively in parallel with performance indicators for some years. Then the property is still the ownership of government. That's one of the things. And that's also a form of privatization. And so it's not something new. This time, are we going to take that path, or we are going for full privatization or partial privatization? That's what we need to interrogate, because each of them have their own pros and cons.
The assertion is that the last mile is where the privatization might be pushed to. Are you aware of that as well, or you've not picked up any indication that the last mile might be privatized?
When you say the last mile, are we looking at the last mile as in the ECG?
As in the ECG, as in the ECG.
Yes, of course. If the ECG has to privatize, I think I've justified why it must be. But then what option are we choosing among the numerous forms of privatization? Is it the full one? Is it the partial one? Is it the public-private partnership, the sales or lease arrangement? That's what I touch on.
Okay.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Because, okay.
Yes, sir. If you could go ahead and make that point.
If you take the path of full privatization, then what you are doing is that it's going to involve selling all or majority of the stake in ECG to private investors who will in turn assume ownership and control of the assets. The private ownership could bring efficiency, investment, innovation to improve the revenue collection, reduce the losses, and probably upgrade the asset. But then here is the pros. A second, please.
Yes, sir. Wait.
The advantages are that they are going to bring in efficiency, because they are going to introduce some form of technology, and that they will equally also bring in capital to upgrade the assets. The risk is also transferred to them. But then the downside is that government lose control, loss of government control. There might be potential job losses, and also the consumer concern that there may be increase in tariff or reduced service quality. That's for the full privatization.
Yeah.
But then if we look at the partial one, then we are trying to say that government may sell a minority stake in ECG. This approach will still allow government to maintain some influence over ECG's operation and leverage on the private sector to bring the expertise and resources to bear on that. But the process that government control is still there, influence is still there. The risk is shared among government and the private sector. Then there's that potential for innovation when the private sector comes in. But then it is complex. Complex in the sense that the governance challenges due to involvement of multiple stakeholders in there.
Okay.
Then the regulatory burden comes in as well, balancing the interests of public and private stakeholders. It may probably increase regulatory oversight and administrative burden. So these are some of the things that we also need to look at when it comes to the
okay, sir.
The partial. But for the public-private partnership, that's one too. The risk is shared because it's more of a concessionary arrangement. You still have access to expertise and some form of capital to maintain the grid, and it is more flexible as well in terms of management because you have given the management of the asset to the private sector, and that means that they have some level of control over it. But there could be cost overruns because the private sector, at the end of the day, say I spent this amount to maintain the grid, to do this, and all that. It comes to sometimes disturbance at the boardroom as well. But let's look at which option goes for us. And remember, Jerry, there is government interference, unnecessary interference, that's also giving us these problems. That's why someone would wish that it should be full privatization, government loses control. But then we can still go with the partial one, some level of control, and some level of control for the private sector. Or we go for the concessionary arrangement.
What about those who have said that? Why don't you just list a chunk of its stock on the stock market so that Ghanaians will be the ones owning a bit of ECG rather than a strategic partner who in more ways than the other might be a foreigner?
The Otunfu didn't push for a foreign private investor.
At all, he didn't.
One.
No, he didn't.
Yes, I think that over the years, Ghanaians have also built capacity. And we probably may have learned a lesson from the PDS arrangement, where we claim that the expertise only lies outside our borders. We can look within, I believe so, and see whether we can find one. Loading of shares and all the Ghanaians own parts, always welcome. I'm sure you gold still plays on your mind. Gold is listed on stock exchange today.
Yeah.
Government has some form of level of control, but not to the extent of choosing who the MD of gold should be unilaterally, or who the board chairman should be. They have to go to an annual general meeting and do some of the decisions. That's why you see gold being the number one oil company today.
Okay.
Yes. So it's more of a partial privatization.
Okay. As we speak now, parts of the country are still plunging our doom. So how do we get ECG to provide the citizens with a timetable? Is ECG even in a position to provide a timetable?
They have always been in a position to do that. What is stopping them this time? Jerry? They've done this they have not told us why they cannot produce a timetable. At least there's indication from government that we'll be in this for a while. So if so, then we know that the deficit in generation is going to stay for a while. So definitely some load has to be shared. It's not too difficult. What the ECG must do is be in constant engagement with GRICO, the transmitter of the power, to know what the capacity levels are and how much they can transmit for them. I'm sure even a day or two notice, it's enough for consumers to go about their life. But unfortunately, we are having something different. And this day yesterday on City FM, that today's power sector lacks leadership, and it's more like the whole energy industry doesn't have a shepherd leading the flock. That's why we must look at the possibility of bringing a new leader, a more effective one, not one that is distracted, overwhelmed with the challenges.
The whole energy sector lacks a good shepherd. Nana, did I get that right?
Of course. Let's show this. Let's prove it this way for you. PRC is an agency of government, the regulator. GRICO is an agency of government. The ECG is one as well. look at the infighting, and look at the public, banter between them. Have you ever experienced this before in your life, where PRC will give an instruction to UCG and UCG will not follow, where the PRC will be blaming the UCG will be blaming Greco will be blaming UCG. You see a disconnected chain here among even the state utilities. For a PRC to issue a directive to UCG, and after a week, a home minister will say, I'm unaware that the PRC has requested of the UCG to produce a timetable. This shows that
he's distracted. Is he distracted? You use the word distracted, is he?
Of course. What will make him lose sight of this key issue? What will make him lose sight of the fact that we need a timetable? And for him to look at us in the face and insult us, ask Jerry, and Anamwesi, the PRC, and every other Ghanaian that produce their own timetable if you need one. Are you not putting the heads of the two institutions against each other, the PRC and the UCG? Are you not restraining the UCG from doing the right thing? Are you not preventing them from abiding by the tenets of engagement in the sector? Are you not teaching them to be stubborn? You see, I think that it's a question of leadership. The minister is not even admitting that we have a challenge. Will you wish the country bad, evil, by asking for a timetable? As if it's not our right to be informed beforehand, so we plan our life. As a prepaid consumer, I have my money sitting with you. Where is the power that you promised me when you exchange that money for power? And I'm not getting power. And it's erratic in supply. You inform me. It's only just out of respect. You just inform me. But I think that if we get a fresh hand to look at the issues, because the same person creating the problem may not be in position to address it. He doesn't even admit the problems. So I maintain him there.
Nana Amwesi, thank you so much for joining us. That's Nana Amwesi the seventh. He's Executive Director of the Institute of Energy Securities. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming through today.
Thank you. Have a super morning.
Okay, sir. Have a great one too. So yes, the shepherd is distracted, so the sheep are running around. So says the good chief. Zed in the morning coming up. Customer service and experience moments right here on Zed 101.9 FM.
Jim, it's great to be back home. Home is where I want to be.
Champagne just as yet, because yes, although satisfying your customers is extremely important, they're saying that currently customer satisfaction alone is not enough. Customer satisfaction is not enough. Satisfaction is good. It is a base on which you build a higher level of customer involvement and engagement with your company. However, merely satisfied customers are not a guarantee for business success. Why? Because a satisfied client might be rationally satisfied and not emotionally satisfied. So two big words have come in here: rational satisfaction and emotional satisfaction. And it says aim for the latter. It means ensure that they are not just rationally satisfied, which is, what is rational satisfaction? They are fine with what you're providing based on how much you're paying and the circumstances. Emotional satisfaction goes beyond that. Emotional satisfaction talks about relationships. Rational satisfaction talks about a transaction. And they say aim for emotional satisfaction rather than rational satisfaction. And employees must ensure that they go above the call of duty to create deeply satisfying relationships with their customers. If you want to create emotionally satisfied customers, go beyond the call of duty, win them, and win them so well that no matter how rational it is for them to leave you, because you've won them emotionally, they will still stick and stay with you. This is your quick lesson here on Customer Service and Experience Moment, right here on Zed in the Morning. medical challenges that we're not aware of. So let's have that conversation with Dr. Nihat Salif, who is the head of pediatric oncology at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, also known as Ridge Hospital. Let's hear.
or to be somewhere in a war zone where they are throwing nuclear bombs. Even in our environment, we have ionizing radiation, and some of them are actually interventions that or tests that you can do in a hospital environment, such as exposure to X-rays. There are some people, by their genetic makeup, their continuous exposure to X-rays, even medical X-rays, can increase their risk.
Okay.
Increased exposure to maybe CT scans can increase their risk. And that is why when women are pregnant and they need these investigations, they tend to shield their pregnancy. Because during pregnancy, it's a period of rapid growth for a baby. And so the chances that exposure to something that can damage a cell, okay, can result in the formation of cancers is very high, because the cells are growing very fast. I mean, if you take the sperm and the egg of a human being, those are things that are not visible to the eye. But within a period of 9 months, this can form a full baby who is weighing at least 2.5 kilograms. You understand? And so the period of rapid growth is what might, increase the risk if there's exposure to something that can damage a cell.
Oh, okay.
So that is ionizing radiation. We also know that there are certain infections by certain viruses, such as good old HIV. We also have the Epstein-Barr virus. Okay. We also have the human papilloma virus. Those are risk factors, including the hepatitis B infection can lead to the formation of certain types of cancer. Good old malaria is also known to be associated with the formation of a type of cancer called Burkitt lymphoma. Malaria, the common malaria we know. So it's
a pregnant woman gets malaria, it could lead to the child?
No, not a pregnant woman, but even a child just having persistent malarial infections can increase the risk.
Wow.
Not just a pregnant woman. Okay, so a child getting persistent malarial infections can increase the risk of developing that type of lymphoma, which is a cancer. Then the exposure to pesticides. We have a lot of pesticides now coming in the form of sprays. We use them in the household environment. Sometimes they will add some fragrances to them. We actually don't think they are dangerous enough. We spray them. We live in that environment with the pesticide. We breathe them in. The child is exposed to it. It's been known that these pesticides also increase the risk of developing cancers in children. So we do have some risk factors which are also genetic.
Okay.
And to a large extent, you may not be able to do anything about that. So a common genetic condition that can predispose to cancer is something one we call Down syndrome. Okay. It actually has some facial features that people can you can see. It's quite
easily
common.
Identifiable.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it also increases the risk of getting some cancers. It doesn't mean that every child with Down syndrome will get cancer, but it certainly will increase the risk.
When we talk of childhood cancer, it just came to mind. When we say child, how young are we looking at?
Okay. So some of the cancers are present at birth.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
that's young.
That is young. So some of the cancers are present at birth. And so that is how, how early the cancer can occur.
Okay.
Yes. So before the child is delivered, it's there.
Is there any similarities between adult cancer and childhood cancer?
So the main similarity is that they are both cancers. However, biologically, they are very different from each other.
Wow.
The way they behave, the way we treat them, they are very different. And then the outcome of treatment. Adult cancers tend to be slow growing over time. So some adult cancers are there. They would have noticed that there's something wrong. They go to the hospital, they think it's a cancer. They've talked to them about treatment for a very long time. They've not had any treatment and they are okay. Until much later, sometimes some years later, before they start beginning to feel the effects of it. Okay. Childhood cancers are very aggressive. By the time it shows its presence in the child's body, that is clinically noticeable, it is growing at a very, very fast rate. And it is very difficult to see that 2 years down the line, if a child was diagnosed with cancer, they didn't get any treatment, the child will still be alive.
Wow.
Yes.
Within 2 years?
Yes, the child would have, so it's the childhood cancers are very aggressive in their nature compared to adult cancers. Their aggressive nature makes them more amenable to treatment.
Rather,
because the treatment we give most of the time, I'm sure you've heard about chemotherapy.
Exactly, yeah.
It's the mainstay of treatment for most childhood cancers. In fact, for some cancers, there isn't any other thing. It's just chemotherapy that we give. Now, chemotherapy targets cells that are aggressive and fast dividing.
Okay.
So once the cell is fast dividing with its aggressive nature, it becomes a target for those drugs. And so that is when the response to treatment for childhood cancer is much higher than adult cancers.
Wow, that's interesting.
The other thing is that in adult cancers, we cautiously use the word remission for them. Treatment to get rid of the cancer completely, to revert the patient back to the life expectancy of the normal population, is very rare with adult cancers.
Okay.
The cancer is there, but it is not active. That is remission. In childhood cancers, you can actually cure them.
You don't say?
Yes. You can actually cure the child of cancer, and the child's life expectancy will revert to the normal population.
Wow.
Yes. So that is one of the significant things about childhood cancers.
Differences between the adult and the childhood cancer.
So you would hear terminology like curable, cure, and whatnot used with childhood cancers. But that kind of terminology, you hardly hear it with an adult cancer.
More of remission.
Remission.
It's there, but it is not.
It's not active, that kind of thing. So cautiously. Now, adult cancers also, they tend to be caused by exposure to environmental factors. So you hear that, this adult had lung cancer, he was smoking, has liver cancer, was taking alcohol, all sorts of things. So they can actually attribute some exposure in the environment to an adult cancer. But as I mentioned, in childhood cancer, it's very rare to even know what could have caused it. Okay. Now, adult cancers too, for some of them, they start off at a stage where you can catch them. They are not yet clinical cancers, but when you leave them, they can actually become cancers. Okay. So for adult cancers, you can catch them at that stage and you treat them. So the way to prevent them is to do screening. Okay, so you hear cervical cancer screening. People go screening for prostate cancer. People go screening for breast cancer. They can catch those at a stage where it is not yet a cancer, but you can treat that lesion that you found, and it will not become a cancer.
Okay.
So it's a big strategy.
Okay.
When it comes to adult cancers, screening is a big strategy to improve outcomes in adult cancers. With childhood cancers, it's not the same story. When you see that thing, it is already a cancer.
Oh.
So you don't get that interval, that sweet interval between it is not yet a cancer to when it becomes a cancer. The time you are seeing it is a full-blown cancer. So the best strategy for us in the childhood cancer world is to ensure that we catch the cancer early, not to catch something that is not yet a cancer.
Because by the time you catch it, it's already
a cancer.
Wow.
So screening, you don't hear us talking about we are screening for childhood cancers, we are screening, you don't hear that. You also don't hear us talking about we are preventing childhood cancers.
Okay.
Because you can only prevent something when you know the cause. But to a very large extent, as I mentioned, up to 90% of the time, we don't know what the cause is. So if you are doing, prevention, it means your impact will be very small.
Yeah.
So you need to do prevention, put in prevention strategies when you know that the outcome or the impact is going to be massive to the extent that the survival rates will improve. Okay, so you don't hear a lot of screening, you don't hear prevention of childhood cancers because of this.
Wow.
What you hear us say is early detection. So that is why this conversation is important. How can we detect childhood cancers early to be able to improve outcomes? Because there are key things to improve outcomes. Early detection, giving timely treatment, giving timely effective treatment, and giving the right supportive care for that child to go through the treatment.
Okay.
So you need to detect early, timely treatment, timely, effective treatment. Then you also need to give supportive care.
Okay, we'll touch on those, but I first want to know, is there a trend in occurrence in Ghana that is leading to us having this conversation? Is it something that you're noticing a lot more of, and so you think it's important that as a nation we have this discussion?
Yes. So about 2 decades ago, when I was a medical student, we in Kolebu, the ward where they kept children with cancer, that ward had 6 beds.
Only 6?
Only 6 beds. It was a side ward. It was part of a main ward, but just 6 beds allocated for children with cancer. Those beds were hardly occupied fully.
Even the 6?
Yes, even the 6. It was a struggle to get them occupied. Okay, so you go there, you see 1 or 2 children there, and that's it.
This is how long ago?
This was about 2 decades ago.
Okay, so like 20 years ago.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, that same ward I'm talking about, the whole ward is 27-bed capacity ward. It's filled with children with cancer. The place that children come to and take OPD treatment for childhood cancer, which we call the daycare, when it was refurbished and used at daycare, it had 6 beds in there.
Okay.
The children came, took their chemotherapy, and went away. That place had been expanded and is now about 12 or more beds. Children are admitted at the daycare. The whole ward is full. The daycare, which was meant for OPD visits, is now having children admitted. There are some in the emergency room. Here at Ridge Hospital, we are also taking the load from Kolebu.
I mean, 6 beds within 10 years is expanded to around 40 beds.
Yes. Currently, as we speak, they are trying to build a whole oncology unit at Kolebu so that they can adequately, take on the numbers. So the numbers that we are seeing, the numbers have gone up.
What is leading to this?
Now, what it is that we don't know whether the numbers have increased over time, or we are now detecting them early, or we are now detecting them because there is now more knowledge about it.
Okay.
Let me give you some perspectives. Nobody used to talk about childhood cancers. The reason that was happening was in Ghana, we did not, at the time I was talking about these many years ago, at that time, there was only one pediatric oncologist in Ghana, one person. Other pediatricians were able to, just very few, treat children with cancer, but it wasn't their primary specialty. Okay. So when I was a medical student, there was one pediatric oncologist in Ghana. Now, that single person, how do you expect this conversation about childhood cancers to be happening? Because she has to treat, she has to create awareness.
One person.
One person. Over time, the numbers have increased. Okay. The number is still less than 10, but that is an
less
increase.
Than 10?
Yes.
In the whole Ghana?
In the whole country.
There are just less than 10 of you?
Yes. Okay. The numbers, we are happy that, when you look around now, we are, I think, about 8 or so. We are still not up to 10, but at least you have people at various places where they can talk about this. So the awareness, and she actually tried, that one person, tried to get the rest of us trained. Okay, she was very influential in getting the rest of us trained, and is still doing it. Nurses have been trained because there were no specialized nurses to take care of this. Trained, they do take care of their children. They also go and create awareness. Okay. More doctors are being trained because they have managed to now put childhood cancer as what it is in the curriculum in medical schools. So people will leave medical school having knowledge about it. At the time I left medical school, there was nothing. Okay, I'm a doctor, but I can sit in front of, a patient and miss the early warning sign of a childhood cancer. But that has been ongoing now for some time. So because of that, the increased awareness may have led to more identification of children with cancer. And that is why we are now filling up the wards. So we cannot say at this time that, maybe the incidents have increased. But what we know in the world is that the incidence of cancers in general will increase, including childhood cancers.
Okay.
So we are not special.
Exactly.
Okay. The incidence will increase, and it's because of what? More exposure to certain environmental factors. Right now, we know that our water bodies are polluted with chemicals, some of which are known to be carcinogens. Okay. So we are aware of that. We are drinking the water, we are cooking with it. We have more industrial chemicals, okay, that we are exposed to. And that is what is going to increase the incidence over time. Where we become special is that our water bodies are so contaminated that, it's like the whole country is now drinking from those sources, okay? So our rates may be higher, maybe compared to other places where they have cleaner water bodies and all of that. So we will not see things, but we will see it over time. Because I've been able to tell you this story because 20 years back I saw it, and I'm saying it today. So maybe over time we'll see it. We just have to brace ourselves, okay? So surely in the world, childhood cancer incidence is increasing just like other cancers are increasing. But in Ghana, by our population estimates, we are supposed to be diagnosing between 1,200 to 1,500 cases a year.
Okay.
By our population estimates. As we speak now, if you take all the hospitals that treat children with cancer, we've not hit 600 yet.
Okay.
It does not mean that we are not happening. It's just that children are dying out there. And people are not realizing that this is even cancer. Or when they see it and suspect, because of lack of, funding to get to a hospital, or the motivation to get there, or get distracted by other sources of, medical attention in quotes, then they don't end up in the hospital premises. Okay, so we are not even diagnosing up to half of what is expected of us. And that is why it's difficult to even talk about increasing incidence. We are just probably seeing what we were supposed to be seeing, you understand, in the first place, because the numbers are not even up to what is expected. So yes, we are not diagnosing up to half. And that brings us to, what should I see and say that
this has to be cancer?
This has to be cancer. So many years ago in South Africa, they were in our situation, okay? Their health systems have advanced after that. So the people were missing cancers, the cancers came to them. Let me just give you a scenario. In Ghana, I told you that we are not diagnosing up to
half of what we are supposed to.
Exactly. Now, out of what we diagnose, they come to us, okay? Up to 70% of them, they come to us with late stages of the disease. It's not early that you can actually intervene and intervene effectively. So they come to us and they are already having advanced stages of the disease. Unfortunately, and this is also creating the scenario in many low and middle income countries where it is expected. In fact, in high income countries, the cure rate for childhood cancer is about 80%. So 8 out of 10 children will be cured. Yes, they will survive. In many low and middle income countries, the cure rate has reversed.
2 out of 10.
2 out of 10 will survive. In Ghana, when we looked at our data, maybe somewhere early last year or so, we're hovering around 40% survival overall. In some other cancers, such as Wilms tumor, which is the kidney cancer, we did a bit much better, okay, if you took cancer specific. So for that one, we had gone up to 60% survival. But if you look at the overall picture, we are not doing great. And it is caused by, one of the significant things is that, they come to us when the disease is so advanced, it's spread all over the body, and it now becomes difficult to treat.
What would you look out for and say this has to be cancer?
Okay. So we come to what we call the early warning signs and symptoms. Now we have an acronym we call SILUAN. The SILUAN is spelled as SILUAN. Okay. Now the S stands for seek medical treatment early for persistent signs. So, and this is to everybody. You've gone to a hospital, you have seen something. It's been there for a while. Maybe it's growing bigger or it's just remained the same and it's there. You need to seek help and let the help be escalated beyond even where you started from. Because it takes somebody who has knowledge of something to investigate it in the right direction. So you need to seek medical help early when you have persistent signs of a disease you don't know what it is about. Okay. The I actually refers to the eyeball. Okay. Don't ask me why it's not E. I wasn't part of the whole thing.
Of those who put acronym together.
Exactly. And that acronym was meant for everybody, including non-healthcare professionals.
Okay.
So the I refers to the eyeball, and the eye signs of, cancer will include, you look at somebody and you see that the darkest portion of the eye, which we call the pupil, is not dark, it's whitish. Okay. In this environment, it's very easy for somebody to see that and say that this is a cataract.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in a child less than 6 years old, when you see it, it is an eye cancer until proven otherwise. So it can present as this early sign by just showing that the pupil is whitish. And it can happen in both eyes as well. So when you see that, it's important that an ophthalmologist, not any eye specialist or eye nurse or eye something, is an ophthalmologist, the eye surgeons. They will take the child to theater and they will look, do a procedure, look and see whether it is that cancer or not. If they realize it is not that cancer upon that examination, then there are other causes for that. But when you see this in a child, it is that eye cancer until proven otherwise. And it is only in that way that you can catch that eye cancer early, treat it, and then the child will survive. Sometimes a parent may complain that in darkness, the child's eye, it glistens like a cat's eye. They are almost warning you that this is likely to be an eye cancer. So when somebody makes that complaint, it has to be, the child has to be evaluated by an eye surgeon for that type of cancer. Then there's also this thing that we call a squint, okay? And in the local language, not even local, people can have different names for it. There's also something we call a look me, okay? So the person is looking and one eye is looking somewhere. That kind of thing, when somebody does not have it, a child doesn't have it, and suddenly develops it, the child has to be evaluated.
Okay.
It's very likely that something is blocking the child's vision, and it's likely to be the eye cancer that is doing that. Then persistent redness of the eye. Most of the time, the eye is red, then people think that it's an infection. You go and put eye drops or eye ointment. If it continues despite those interventions, the person needs to see an ophthalmologist so that they could rule this thing out. Okay. So the eye refers to that. The late stages of the disease is that the eyeball grows big and start pushing out of the eye socket.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So when it gets to that stage, it's an advanced stage of the disease. We want to prevent that from happening. It doesn't mean that when a child is seen at that stage, the child should not come to hospital. Yes, there is never that there's never the thing that we can't do anything.
There's no hope.
Yes, even if there's no hope of curing the child, we can still give the child comfort care. So the child has to come to hospital. Now, the L in Siluan stands for what? Lumps. So lumps, masses, lumps growing anywhere in the body. You see a swelling, you think, oh, maybe a pom-pom is an abscess, but it just keeps growing despite the interventions for that. That needs to come to the hospital ASAP. In children, it can happen anywhere. Common places are the neck areas. Okay, it can happen, the abdomen becomes distended and shiny. Okay, those things, when you see, the child has to come to a hospital. Or the abdomen is not yet distended, but you know when you are dressing up a child, you know, after a bath, the hand goes around those areas. If you feel that there is something hard or firm in the abdomen, the child needs to be evaluated. It's possible that there is a growth in there that is likely to be cancerous, so the child needs that. Then we also, and the lumps can also be growing on the limbs, okay, swellings of the parts of the limbs is also something that needs further evaluation. The U refers to unexplained. So when you have unexplained anemia, severe anemia, okay, the child is pale, goes to hospital, the child needs a blood transfusion. They give the blood transfusion, 2 weeks down the line, the child needs another blood transfusion.
There's something wrong.
There's something wrong. Because the bone marrow produces a lot of cells. It's not lazy. So if the bone marrow is actively working, then this kind of problem should not happen. So it's really important that the child's bone marrow be evaluated to see whether it is working properly. So don't, go and get transfusions over and over again. Nobody seems to know what is happening. Nobody seems to know what is going on, and yet at the end of the day, it's just one transfusion after the other. Further evaluation is required. High temperature or fever, recurrent fever.
Doesn't seem to go away.
It doesn't seem to go out. Today it's malaria, Next week is typhoid. It is this, is that. It doesn't seem to go away. The blood cancers tend to present like that. Recurrent anemia, recurrent fever. Nobody seems to know what is going on. And it can also cause what? Bone pain. Okay. Sometimes, apart from that, they may also, just have fatigue. Okay. There's something competing with the child for nutrients.
Wow.
Yes. And anything that is fast growing in the body will compete for that. Some people know that when they go home from work and they see their child sleeping in the afternoon, they know already that this child is not well because the child does not sleep in the afternoon. So if that becomes persistent, you need to look into it. The child is getting easily tired over something you cannot seem to explain. So, and then unexplained bleeding. Sometimes people will bleed into the skin. Sometimes they will bleed from the gums. If it is not provoked, you didn't use a hard toothbrush, okay? Somebody should not just be bleeding like that. So the child needs further evaluation so that is unexplained what? Signs. Okay. Then we have the A, that means aching bones and joints. Aching bones and joints, whether they are swollen or not, okay? It's not only sickle cell or rheumatism that causes what? Aching bones and joints. So when a child begins to have that, and you cannot explain why that is happening, there must be evaluation for a possible cancer. Then finally, the N relates to what? Neurological signs, nerves, neurons. So things that have to do with the brain, the nerves, and all that. So there are specific signs and symptoms that you can attribute to disturbances of those areas. So for instance, severe headache. Headache, the child is able to complain that, look, I have headache, and the headache is severe. The headache is not going away. I know headache is a very common complaint, but that one headache that is as common as anything could also be a brain cancer. Okay, so headache that is, not improving with any form of treatment, you need to seek help. Sometimes associated with that headache, they vomit. They have headaches, they are vomiting. That is a very red flag. You need to get evaluation for childhood cancer. And sometimes the headache may not be associated with vomiting. Okay, so then we also have situations where the person is now losing in their development. They have gained some things in development, their milestones. The child who was walking is not able to walk anymore. The child who was sitting is not able to sit anymore. Okay, the child who was talking is not able to talk anymore. Changes in handwriting, abnormal behavior, those things. A child who is right-handed is now beginning to use the left hand. Maybe it's because the right hand is weak, okay? Or they have convulsions. You need brain scan to determine whether there's something wrong. So all of these things are neurological signs that also need further investigations.
That's quite interesting.
Yes.
Let me find out. So what is this preventable?
So as I mentioned earlier, you go on a prevention campaign when you know to a large extent what the problem is, what the cause is. To a very large extent, we don't know the cause. We will educate parents that there are risk factors, okay, as I mentioned earlier.
Does our lifestyle choices as parents put our children at greater risk of these cancers?
Yes. So let me just use this example. Tobacco smoke. People smoke. Children don't smoke. But they are what? Secondary smokers in a way because they inhale the fumes. In fact, for adults, you can actually pull and decide to bring it out. But the child sitting in the environment is breathing in everything. And everybody, it is a known carcinogen. Tobacco smoke is a known carcinogen in children and adults. And so the lifestyle of an adult can impact that of a child as far as cancer development is concerned. Also, During the phase of pregnancy, we tend to say that please do not take unprescribed medication during pregnancy, because certain chemicals in the phase of rapid development of a baby can cause damage to cells, and the cells can become malignant over time. People are drinking all sorts of herbal concoctions that they don't even know what the constituents are, okay? All sorts of things are consumed. Even exposure of a woman to smoke, okay, the tobacco smoke I mentioned is also a risk factor, okay? The person is exposed to certain chemicals that can get into their body, those pesticides and all that I mentioned. So the environmental exposures of a woman who is pregnant can result in the child also developing a malignancy. Okay, so or a cancer. So it's really important that we during that phase, we try as much as possible not to expose a pregnant woman to chemicals. But those known, carcinogens like tobacco smoke and whatnot, it shouldn't be within the environment of a child. If an adult wants to kill himself, you cannot be stopped. Okay,
you
in many
can kill
ways.
yourself.
You can, but please, that little boy or girl does not need to go with you.
What about modernity with all its trappings of electronic devices and all that?
Okay, so I'm happy you brought up the issue of electronic devices. They have their own problems. As far as cancer is concerned, the studies that have come out so far, let me be specific, mobile phones. They have had a number of, studies that have been done, and they have not been able to associate the formation of cancers with mobile phone devices. So that is what the data shows till date.
Okay.
There is no clear association between cancers that occur in children and mobile phone devices, and even specifically for brain cancers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me find out.
Yeah.
As a nation,
yeah,
what are we doing about it? What is the system? Is there a structure within the health system or the healthcare system that caters for childhood cancers?
All right. So let me respond to this as the world and narrow down to Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2018, the World Health Organization identified childhood cancer as a health priority, which is a big deal because you see, the WHO is under the umbrella that we all practice as healthcare systems in the world. So when they say that this is now a healthcare priority, nations pay attention. And for us, that was a big thing the WHO did. Things sort of slowed down a bit because COVID got in the way.
Okay.
But many countries now, including Ghana, is part of the global initiative for childhood cancers. And Ghana is one of the initial pilot sites for that. So the governance system, the Ministry of Health, have the attention of childhood cancers now. And so because of that, it's a topic that is discussed. And it was one of the drivers that brought childhood cancer discussions to the table of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Okay. So the NHIA identified 4 cancers that if they decide to intervene or cover, there would be a significant impact. In fact, the WHO prioritized 6 types of childhood cancers, and they did that because those 6, they form about 60% of all childhood cancers in the world.
Okay.
And if you developed systems to treat these 6 childhood cancers, you would have developed systems to cater for all childhood cancers.
Okay.
So they prioritized those 6. Out of the 6, Ghana has put 4 of them on the National Health Insurance. Unfortunately, when this thing was done, so many factors have affected the implementation to the extent that parents are still paying out of pocket significantly to cater for children with cancers, or they pay for everything. Okay, right from the cancer diagnostics all the way to the treatment and the supportive care, parents are still paying out of pocket. We are still appealing for funds every now and then to get, diagnosis and treatment for childhood cancer. So yes, it is now, government have identified that this is something we need to discuss. There is paperwork to show that they are doing something about it. It has been included in the National Health Insurance Scheme. We are appealing for proper implementation of it because it is to a large extent not working to the benefit of these children and their parents. People are still paying out of pocket, and a lot of things need to go into place for it to function properly.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yes, so that was the health and wellness conversation with Dr. Nihat Salifu from the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, RICH. All too soon, that's your show, people. Today, on the last round, we're looking at another major road like we did yesterday. The road from 37 Military Hospital all through in front of the trade fair towards La. That road. What is it called? The Gifford Road. Gifford Road. So who was it named after? Lieutenant Colonel William Carter Gifford. Who is this man? And this was one of those you would call a soldier. From November 1897 all through to May 1899, Gifford was on special service in Africa. He was a British soldier, British commander, if I could say, who was in Africa while Britain and France fought to occupy territory along the Gold Coast. So Gifford was actually in the Gold Coast at the time, and guess what? He was stationed at Gambaga, not far from the present-day borders of Burkina and Togo. He was tasked with keeping track of French activities in the area, while at the same time establishing good relations with local tribes and subduing those that were hostile. So, if you want to know the name Gifford, what it reminds you of, you should look into the history books and look for the man called Lieutenant Colonel William Carter Gifford. He gave us the name Gifford Road in Osu. Thank you very, very much. And this has been your show, people. But before we leave, as always, let me leave you with this one line. Never forget, pray like it only depends on God, but work like it only depends on you. We'll do this again tomorrow, people. Have a great day.
Zed 101.9 FM.